helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good night's sleep.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all-terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud-terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Pentagon says the U.S. executed joint strikes in Iraq targeting Tehran-backed proxies that have launched attacks in recent days. Jordan says its air defenses intercepted 5 missiles launched from Iran early Wednesday. President Trump's pick for Intel chief has been confirmed.
In a 51-47 vote, the Senate confirming Jay Clayton to become the next Director of National Intelligence. Clayton is a U.S. attorney in Manhattan and was the Securities and Exchange Commission chair during President Trump's first term.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. In Russia, the founder of the messaging app Telegram, Pavel Durov, was charged with aiding terrorism for allegedly not removing channels, chats, and bots used by Ukrainian intelligence agencies. And 18 people are now confirmed dead in Japan's earthquake. The 7.1 as many remain trapped. America's listening to Fox News.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 2 of the big names in tech, including AI, have pretty much the same problem right now. Both Microsoft and Meta Platforms have spent masses of money to build out their AI ambitions. With the market increasingly worried, they may have overspent. Reassurance on that front could be job one when Microsoft and Meta post quarterly earnings today. High prices for gas and groceries tend to erode consumer brand loyalty. Today we'll find out just how much that may have hit Procter & Gamble. Analysts think adjusted earnings may have fallen last quarter for the company behind a host of brands, including Crest, Downy, Gillette, and Tide, for the first time in 4 years. Thanks to overhauls and innovations, it is easier for people in a hurry to get in and out of Starbucks these days, and it's more pleasant for those who choose to stay in the cafe. Those changes, along with expanded food offerings, have profit and sales expectations running high for when Starbucks posts its results later today. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Be first in line to secure a 2027 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale. Gain access to benefits such as price savings, incredible seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits. Spend the afternoon with Phillies legends for Toyota Phillies Alumni Day on Sunday, August 9th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Blue Jays. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Accord.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight hard to bully the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at pound law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Grow Up Great has supported 10 million kids and counting by helping them discover a love for learning through high-quality early education opportunities. Being curious is in a kid's DNA, and supporting them is in PNC's. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday morning, July 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. It is a Wednesday, and that means Tony Bruno will join us for the cut sheet. Coming up at 7:45. Top of the morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday indeed. Gregory.
For the first time, more Americans now use marijuana on a daily or near daily basis than alcohol or tobacco, a new survey has found.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've had a feeling that was coming.
Approximately 21.4 million Americans aged 12 or over use marijuana daily in 2025. And according to newly released data from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administrator, in contrast, only 17.2 million Americans drank alcohol every day or most days, defined as 20 or more days in 30 days.
All right, 2/3 of a month.
Yeah, right.
12 years old or older, huh?
Right. Wait, just apropos of absolutely nothing, I want to see how much of a degenerate I am amongst the three of us.
Okay.
At what age, Nick Kayal, did you have your first drink?
My mom, I think, got me like a Smirnoff Ice or something, maybe when I was 19 or 20 on New Year's Eve. Like, you can have one, you're still a year away from being able to.
Wow.
Yeah.
You waited till 19 or 20 and your mom gave it to you? Wow, that is.
I think so.
Wow, that is you're a good kid, man.
I think so.
You were a good kid.
There might have been like a high school party one time where I had a red Smirnoff.
God,
could have been a Zima.
What a P word you are.
Yeah, confirmed. Might have been like a red Solo cup of beer one time when I was 16 or 17 in high school, but can't verify that.
Stenslin?
It's probably I think my Aunt Betty had some fancy dinner with a champagne toast, so I had a sip of the champagne when I was like...
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Maybe I had one of those.
So it's probably like 14.
Maybe a sip of wine on Easter.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh God. All right.
Not you? How about you, Greg?
No. Yeah. I waited till I was 21.
Greg was having a blunt when he was 10.
That was my. No, stop, please. How dare you? Daily or near daily cannabis use has also overtaken cigarette use, with 19.9 million Americans smoking regularly. I love it too, because if you ask all of these people, this 21, almost 22 million Americans who use marijuana daily, they would tell you, "Oh yeah, I'm sober. Oh yeah, I don't drink. I'm sober. But
I'm stoned all day."
There's a term for that. It's called California sober, right?
Yeah.
And the figures over time are a study in opposites. Tobacco and alcohol use has been plummeting, down 28% and 24% since 2021. Daily pot use, including smoking and edibles, surged at 21%. The survey shows alcohol fell to 4th place in the list of American vices. Wow. 4th place.
I'm the only one keeping alcohol alive.
But behind nicotine vaping, which saw 17.5 million daily users in 2025, while far more Americans drink overall, marijuana users are overwhelmingly more likely to have a regular habit, the study shows.
Permission to throw out a theory here.
Yes, sir.
So I actually think the reason marijuana use is as high as it is at age 12 and above, I think a lot of people are using that in place of, or maybe on top of, anxiety medicine.
Right.
Okay. Like, my day is so tough. My life is so rough. I can't get through the day without having some sort of, cannabis in the system to balance me out for the rigors of my day.
Right.
Just a thought.
We're going to get into that, because this medication and treating depression and all of this use is being used in a murder trial for Lindsay Clancy, which we'll get into.
Oh, yeah.
She murdered her 3 children, but she's claiming that she was, insane and on all kinds of psychotropic drugs.
Yep.
But we'll get into that. That trial started 2 days ago.
Yep.
So we have the audio for the cut sheet today.
All right. Speaking of the cut sheet, Tony Bruno will join us. The cut sheet will include the field sobriety test and the DUI arrest of former Cowboy quarterback and lead CBS NFL analyst Tony Romo.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Right.
Also, big take this morning, the Biden audio book. I'm actually calling this week Vindication Week. Yesterday was Fauci with the diaries. Today, Vindication Week continues. Biden audio book, Fauci on Capitol Hill today. That'll be the big take tomorrow.
What time does that start? 10?
Yeah, it's always 9 or 10.
Right.
It's going to fall right into Dawn's lap.
Right.
I would just carry the whole thing for 2 hours, Dawn.
What a lovely place to be, Dawn's lap.
There you go. Well.
Well, thank you.
Sorry.
In my lap, we'll read Fauci's Dear Diary.
Yeah.
We'll do
the Fauci fable.
They should just read, if he pleads the 5th, they should just start reading the diary.
Right.
And just do like a filibuster, like nonstop. Like, nope, we're not. Until he starts talking, we're going to just torture him and read his stupid diary.
Since nothing's going to happen to Fauci, can we talk about more? Can we talk more about your lap?
Yes.
Sorry.
You can actually fit 3 Faucis on Dawn's lap.
Woo.
Fauci's so small.
Yeah,
He's so little.
He is little. Also, the USA Today with the story, the new Mitch McConnell photo fuels online conspiracy theories, as now Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is calling on McConnell to verbally address his state or resign.
By the way, can I just say this? Johnny Jesus on the YouTube chat says, I'm 59. I've yet to try alcohol, marijuana, or anything else, and I was raised in a family of alcoholics.
That's awesome. Good for you, man.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah. I actually salute you for that.
Yeah.
That's incredible poise.
Well, I think sometimes it's the rebellion. Like, my dad was a chain smoker before he quit, whatever, 40 years, 91 now. But but none of us, we hated smoke.
So, yeah, same here with my sister and I.
Really?
Can't stand the smell of it. Don't want to be around it. Because we were around that as kids, and we hated it.
Tasty.
It is. Also, 2 other stories if we have time today before we get to the cut sheet. Interesting article from CNN that's out where 4 out of 5 toddler foods are ultra-processed.
Oh, good.
And nearly half of children today fail to meet basic nutritional standards.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
That's what we're raising.
I love.
And JFK was right.
I love JFK.
60 years ago.
I don't love JFK, but that is the truest statement, and we need to hear more of that from leaders.
Could you imagine if Trump said that today? The way the media would cover it?
Of course.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Yeah.
People's heads would explode.
Right.
And then also one other story, if in fact we have time. Pay attention to this. NBC reporting how the sports betting industry, like FanDuel and DraftKings, and what they're spending on midterm elections. I'm like, wait a minute. Sports books and we're not talking prediction markets and poly market here. Like the FanDuel stuff that you do your little stupid parlays on. They're getting involved in midterm elections from hey, let's pump a bunch of money into candidates perspective. We'll get to that story if we have time. But let's get to the news. Round number 1, 6:08, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Hope everybody's safe after the storms. This Wednesday, July the 29th, cleanup is underway as I speak after the severe storms that struck our region. Flood emergencies all over the place. So that's where I will begin. 7 inches of rain. We got 7 inches last night reported across many places across our region last night. Officials urging residents overnight remain home. Why? Well, keep the 911, lines, if you will, available for those emergencies and stay off the roads if possible. But a lot of people, unfortunately, were caught in some of that flash flooding, damaging high winds, tornado warnings. However, I don't have the National Weather Service as of yet. I know they'll be surveying today, but I don't have any tornado sightings, let's just say that, in the immediate area. The big story, I think, locally, even though I know in Berks County, on the Pennsylvania side, you got a ton of rain. But I'll take you to Quakertown Borough, and Phil Holmquist has the video here declaring this flood emergency last night. Torrential rain just inundated the streets here, stranding vehicles, prompting evacuations just across the community. Police issuing that emergency notice around 9 o'clock last night. If we can check out some of that video from Bucks County, but asking residents, please avoid unnecessary travel, and many vehicles stranded in the floodwaters.
Did you guys get rain? I don't even think we got rain.
We got torrential rain.
Maybe a little bit.
We had look at the vehicle
look at this.
here.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. I think that was Yuki Washington versus CBS. No, it's interesting. I said this before on the show. A lot of my neighbors in my community say we're at the highest point in Montgomery County, which I don't know if it's true or not. But there's a weird V that goes around my development where the storms are coming. You can see them. We get a little spattering of whatever's coming, and it breaks off almost all the time in 2 other directions, and we're left relatively unscathed. That's why, when you do weather sometimes in the morning in the news right off the top, I'm like, I didn't get anything.
Right.
Yeah, it's odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're lucky.
Oh, yeah, I'm not complaining. Yeah, I don't want any of this weather. My daughters were excited for it. Like, yeah, we're going to get in a storm. We're getting a storm. I'm like, okay. And they were like, where'd it go, Dad?
Well, lately we've been seeing these microburst storms.
Yeah.
Which I've never really heard about this many microburst storms across the country. I mean, some of them are just crazy. But remember, it was 3 years ago. I think it was 3 years ago last week. Remember, we had those deadly flash flood situations, and that, remember, it was Washington Crossing.
Yep.
And the family, remember this?
Yep. And the family was trying to go to a picnic or coming home from a picnic or something like that, and they got swept away.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
So I know
because they come on so fast, and you never know. You know what I mean? So
So I know that they've been fixing a lot of those roadways, but since that happened 3 years ago, I think everybody took it seriously because you saw how fast it could happen. Just this stat, I thought this was an interesting statistic. According to Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, they said just 6 inches of fast-moving water can just sweep an adult off your feet. 12 inches can carry away most cars. 2 feet can move even a sport utility vehicle and a truck.
Wow. Holy cow.
And sometimes you can't judge it because the roadways around here, it's not like it's Jersey, let's say, where it's more flat.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of hilly or, areas where you might think it's not that deep, but it is.
Wow. 6 inches can knock somebody over just like that.
It's crazy.
Okay.
So let's take you to, I'll take you to Philadelphia City Hall, because that's where earlier in the day, immigration activists gathering at City Hall, hand delivering a letter to Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker. So representatives said this group of advocates said that they represented more than 60 groups, and they are requesting that Mayor Sherrell Parker meet with communities directly impacted by ongoing, what they say, ICE operations. And so the activists called their anti-ICE groups, and the activists are calling on the city of Philadelphia to immediately implement ICE out legislation that indeed was passed by City Council earlier this year. And so we know that, of course, the local jurisdictions have no authority, have no jurisdiction over federal law enforcement officers. And that, of course, is why it was immediately taken to court, which is why Mayor Parker didn't even sign some of it, because they knew this was going to happen. But a federal judge did block the city from implementing, for example, a mask ban for federal agents that was included in the legislation. That's among other things. But I will say that how often do we report on a daily basis that some of these masked thieves, car thieves, etc., we don't see anybody going after them.
No, of course not. There's only different rules for different fools when it comes to masks. Yep. Not all masks are created equal, Dawn.
Well, this is true, Nick Kale. So I don't see a reaction necessarily from Mayor Sherrell Parker, but we'll watch for that one. We want to give you some new information on Philadelphia police highlighting some of the targeted vehicles across the city. We told you yesterday, for example, in Philadelphia's Fairmount neighborhood, those individuals woke up and their wheels, their Honda sedan vehicles had been propped up on those plastic type crates, and the complete wheels were off of their vehicles. And so some fast moving, thieves, if you wheel thieves, they were really fast. Ha ha ha. I know. I love when local news does that stuff. Like
I hope the wheels of justice are in motion.
Oh, but good one. The Wheels of Justice, if you don't know, huge, the biggest group of individuals who rode for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. They raised what, like over $100,000?
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking the Wheels of Justice in general.
That was their team, right?
Even though some of them came up to me privately and were like, we actually want to be on your team.
Yeah.
Seriously.
We love the show.
That's
yes,
awesome.
Yes, no, that 100% happened. But they were, they
Montgomery County.
Yeah. They get extra perks and bennies to be on there.
Yeah.
Be on the team, which is great. I mean, anybody who rides and donates,
Yes.
I have no, you do you. I'm just saying that there are a lot of listeners.
Just fascinating, though. Don't you think, though, speaking of Wheels of Justice, that Montgomery County and the DA's office and the district attorney, Kevin Steele, make it a priority to support and back the Blue in a Philadelphia-based ride? Yet the district attorney of Philadelphia, who's been known to really go out and ride bikes. Larry Krasner's a big bike guy.
Yes, that's a good point.
We've seen Frank Scales confront him in the park for a debate while he was taking a break on his bike ride.
Good point, Nick Kale.
Just saying, Larry, we might disagree on the way you should police and have law and order in your city and prosecute people, but I don't know, Larry Krasner, here's the official invitation next year. If you would like to lead up a team for the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office and donate to FBBCF, I'd like to have you, Larry.
Right. Yeah.
And we'll talk the whole way down about why you're a failure. I'm just kidding, but not really.
No, you're right, though. That would be, I don't necessarily, you're right. He bikes all the time. He's a pretty fit guy, but he probably, I don't know, maybe he's nervous about what you just said. People giving him a hard time. I don't think anybody would give him a hard time.
No, of course not.
No, because it's for a great cause, and I think it would actually spread a lot of goodwill.
Yeah, I agree.
So here's where I'm going with this, that looking at the stats on stolen vehicles in Philadelphia. Now, I will say this, that we have the lowest crime here in the city of Philadelphia and across the region and across the nation in a century, according to pretty much every stat that we all can find. So that's amazing. And we've credited, I'll say we here, we do credit the shut border. Thank you, President Trump. That's what we, I think, voted for. But
I don't think it's Larry Krasner's doing it, put it that way.
But they're looking at which vehicles are stolen the most or impacted the most. So out of 8,100 plus vehicles stolen, It looks like about 25% of those stolen vehicles, Hondas.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Honda. Do you have the full list? If not, I would I'd love to play the guessing game because
Kia.
I think I said yesterday my guess would be the top 4 are Honda, Hyundai, Nissan, and Kia. Those would be my top 4. We'll do the price, not the prices. Right. The feud.
Come on down.
Yeah,
Door number 1.
All right, so
All
right,
you looking at it?
I have the top stolen vehicles, right?
Okay.
That's what we're doing here.
Yes.
This is the game we're playing.
Yep.
What did you say was number 1?
Honda. In Philadelphia is Honda.
Oh, this is Philadelphia.
But go ahead.
We
in
can
the
play
US.
nationwide.
Okay, this is nationwide.
I'll stick with Honda, Hyundai, Kia, and Nissan in some top 4 combo.
So the number 1 is the Hyundai Elantra.
Boom.
21,732 thefts.
Yep.
The number 2 is the Honda Accord.
Yep.
with 17,797.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 is the Hyundai Sonata with 17,687 thefts. Remember, this is nationwide.
And remember the Hyundai Summer Getaway Sales Event going on this summer at Piazza Hyundai.
Number 4 is the Chevy Silverado.
Never would have thought that. That's a truck, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Honda Civic is number 5.
Okay.
Kia Optima number 6.
Okay. Where's Nissan Altima and Nissan Maxima?
Ford F-150.
Wow, an F-150.
Is number, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Number 8 is the Toyota Camry.
I could see that.
Number 9 is the Honda CR-V.
Wow.
And number 10 is the Nissan Altima.
Okay.
Yeah, so Philadelphia, Hondas, specifically the Honda Accord, and Greg had that, and Honda CR-V. So those are the 2 top Hondas that are targeted. But Honda, I don't know, maybe it's us talking about our Piazza Honda.
It's true.
Yeah.
And we're affecting even the thieves.
It's true. We affect a lot.
And and Dawn, do you have the CR-V or the HRV?
I have the HER.
You have the HER.
Never realize how popular this program is until stuff happens.
Yeah, Lair Bear has this CR-V, the hybrid.
Gotcha. Yep.
So then it's Hyundai, Kia models. So it's Hyundai, Elantra, and Sonata.
Okay.
And this is according to the, among other sources, Pennsylvania Auto Theft Prevention Authority, by the way. But they do list as well Jeep Grand Cherokee, Nissan Maxima, and Nissan Altima.
Yep. I thought that would be the case.
Yeah, that's what we've got going on. So kind of trying to crack down on those thieves and looking at the videos, especially yesterday. Now, yesterday, those vehicles weren't stolen in Fairmount, but they were, like I said, the tires were targeted.
Right.
New Jersey, we'll take you to New Jersey. New Jersey's governor yesterday speaking out and announcing that New Jersey has begun removing thousands of people who she says were mistakenly registered to vote. It was a mistake.
So
Just,
Mickey's cleaning off the rolls?
Yep.
Okay.
Cleaning off the,
Okay.
Scrubbing and cleaning. So she had, announced a software glitch at the Motor Vehicle Commission improperly registering the 6,600 non-citizens to vote, and that was back in 2023. She says fewer than 400 actually voted, so we've been talking about that one. Remember, initially she said a software glitch, and that they were getting rid of the software company, hiring a new software company. The old software company came out and said, not true. It couldn't have been us, and they explained why. We've talked, just to give you the background.
Yep.
So yesterday, the governor saying more than 4,500 people who were mistakenly registered through that method, but she called it a mistake, mistakenly registered. The remaining registrations were referred to county election officials to do the final scrub-a-dub. And this announcement comes on the same day, of course, that the governor, lieutenant governor, had celebrated the John R. Lewis Voter Empowerment Act.
The John R. Lewis VPA.
Yes. Comprehensive voting rights protections in the state of New Jersey. So we have that going on.
She's got egg all over her face right now. Total damage control mode.
You're right.
Yep.
So I know we have a lot of news. We also have been yesterday, all day throughout the day. Of course, we talked about this at the Capitol Rotunda, paying final respects and a final goodbye to South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. That all will continue today. So obviously we'll get to President Trump and the eulogy and all of that. But just to run you through what happens today, that's going to continue in South Carolina at the State House there this morning, and then Senator Graham's casket will be carried by a South Carolina State Guard House drawn military wagon, followed by an F-16 flyover, marking his more than 3 decades in the Air Force and Air Force Reserve. All of this morning, and then the private funeral service, the funeral service, which is open to the public, and that'll be at First Baptist Church of Columbia. This is South Carolina now, and a private family burial, Pickens County, where the late senator was born and raised.
Can I ask you a question? What, not diminishing anything. God knows I would never do that. Oh boy. But all of this for a senator. You know what I mean? I don't wish death on it. Well, that's actually not true. But
think of John McCain.
No, I get it. I understand. But
military service. Yeah, he was a colonel.
Okay, but do we do this for every military person? You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean military death?
Yeah,
no,
that's
of course we don't.
That's what I mean. It's a 2-day event. It's wall to wall.
Yeah.
What? Just because he was a senator? Really?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I just our worship of these people is just again, nothing against the funeral. Pay your respects. Fine. But a 2-day event, really?
Yeah. I mean, it does seem well. But here's the thing. There's the actual, I don't want to call them festivities, but all the different things that occur, and then the coverage of it. Maybe you're viewing it maybe from the perspective of how much coverage it's getting, and he's getting the coverage because he's a senator.
No,
it was at the Capitol.
A 2-day event. Yeah. A 2-day event. I get.
What's the typical funeral? I mean, is the viewing and funeral the same day?
It's 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours for the funeral, for the viewing, and then an hour for the funeral,
and then back to work for the second half of your day,
and then maybe a burial. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I don't know. When my sister-in-law, the late great Kathleen Menti Logan, passed away last spring, it was across 2 counties. What was it?
That's right. Yeah,
it was 4.5 days.
It was like a week event.
I think more people attended Kathleen's, the wake and the viewings than we saw at the Rotunda. I'm not kidding. It was people all day were lined up.
Yeah.
So some people, I will say, just draw a lot of admiration.
Yeah, I'm going to go the opposite route when I die. I just want to be stuffed into an urn and just put me on a shelf, and you guys continue living your life. Don't stop for me.
That's exactly what we're going to do. David in South Carolina said it's different because he died while in office.
Well, that's true. So,
good point.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're in the public spotlight and you go, as opposed to somebody that's maybe expected and has been on their deathbed for weeks or months. Yeah, I could see that as well.
It's not even. I can maybe see a president. You know what I mean? Especially a president that's still in office. You know what I mean? That would be awful. But
well, think about the prominence of
senator,
the position.
You know what I mean?
Would it be the same for a local district House representative
exactly,
member? No,
exactly.
So the senator takes precedent over the hierarchy of right. And on the fact that on top of having been in office since what was he in since 2003?
I don't know.
So I do have an update. Remember on Greg's cut sheet, there was that incredible video, and there were actually 34 different rescues that happened. This was on the West Coast and the Pacific, California, Santa Cruz Beach. And Greg showed us that incredible video of huge waves and that undertow and a brave 16-year-old lifeguard, as well as other beachgoers. But the 16-year-old lifeguard who saved the life of this 10-year-old boy who just looked like he went unconscious. President Trump putting out that they want to bring this heroic young man and his family to the White House, and also the 10-year-old little boy that he saved, and they do want to give the high civilian honor to this brave 16-year-old lifeguard who went in, risked his life, and saved that 10-year-old.
Wow.
And so that's pretty amazing.
Yep, I think that's a wise move. Some good PR, some good optics to that.
Yeah, and thinking about life, because we need more lifeguards, but also we need to teach our young children
not to go in the water when it's
to
looks
swim,
like that.
to swim, and to your point, you made the point yesterday. We need more discernment when it comes to when to not go swimming.
Yeah.
and have this issue front and center.
And more of an investment into lifeguards. They don't get paid a ton.
Yep.
So the incentive is, there's not like hey, I can't wait to be a lifeguard. They pay really well. It's like the same thing with EMS workers. EMS workers get paid dirt. It's hard to believe.
I mean, I will say, Michael, since they make close to $20 an hour.
Who?
Lifeguards.
Still.
Well, I mean, as a high schooler, that's not a bad rate.
For a 16-year-old, that's pretty good bucks.
Yeah,
but you do have to pay for your recert, which is the certifications, and that's pretty expensive.
Somebody in the chat yesterday says you should see the lifeguard testing when they have to swim like peer to peer. It's very cool to see.
Yeah.
They have to be strong.
I should have done that one. I love
You would have been
swimming,
great.
and I could have.
I could see you look like a lifeguard.
I could have done that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm a very good swimmer, but
Yeah.
I just never.
You have the frame for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I could see
Thank
you,
baby.
I could see you.
He's
I
got
could
the
see you.
blonde,
Yeah, I could see him like on a Malibu
Stalker
beach.
Baywatch.
Yeah, and he's got his little whistle, and he's twirling his whistle as he's sitting up there, and he's got his
They're like,
binoculars.
Look at that lifeguard.
All right.
Oh my
and
God.
he's like, look at this strapper. He's out too far.
All right, this is getting weird and creepy. Let's.
We need a Baywatch reboot with Stalker as Hasselhoff.
Wait, Nick Cale would want to feel his hair on his legs.
Yes.
The blonde
Phil,
hair.
Phil, can you please save us?
All right, let's get to Phil.
Can you please save us? Nobody watches the
save us all.
Nobody watches the clock but me.
Yes. Come on, let's go. We got to get to Fauci.
Phil Omquist.
Thank you, Don. We will, of course, start with some football news because the Phillies stink. As Jalen Carter signed a 4-year, $152 million contract extension with the Birds that ties him up through the 2031 season. $106 million of that contract is guaranteed, and the average salary of $38 million makes Carter the highest-paid defensive tackle in NFL history.
Now, don't get into your sports car and go drag racing down a street.
Correct.
And try to avoid spitting on a quarterback in week 1 this year, and we'll be okay.
You should be okay if that's what happened. That's correct. Yeah. Also, in terms of some actual on-the-field news, today is the first training camp practice, and their first preseason game is actually on August 15th at Baltimore. And as I mentioned before, the NFL preseason actually starts in just 8 days. 8 days till the NFL.
Training camp underway. Jalen Hurts completed 13 out of 20. To nobody.
And you'll see him passing to nobody in the clips that they're going to pull.
God, I don't miss those days having to talk about meaningless training camp, much less preseason football games.
Exactly. In baseball news, and I'm not sure why I'm going to talk about this, but the Phillies do stink because they followed up Monday night's disaster with a complete no-show last night, losing again to Miami 1-0. Schwarber didn't play due to a gastrointestinal issue, and the first 5 batters in the lineup went a combined 2 for 19.
Wow.
Gastrointestinal.
Gastrointestinal, which is
Did the Schwarbs have too much lettuce on his Schwarbomb?
Yeah, maybe, Stop eating that Taylor Farm stuff.
Schwarber with maybe cyclosporiasis.
Maybe.
You never know.
Stop at the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
They're now 6 back of the Braves in the division. I also have to wonder this. After not playing so well the last week or so, how aggressive are they going to be before the trade deadline, which is August 6th, which also happens to be the same day as that Hall of Fame game for the NFL.
Very interesting. Yeah, 6 back now. They were once 2.5, 3 back.
Yeah, they would make the playoffs right now as a wild card, the second wild card team. The Cubs, Phils, and Arizona would be the 3, but knocking on the door are the Pirates, Washington, San Diego, Miami, and St. Louis. They're all within 2.5 games.
54 games left, 6 back. Just keep your eye on that. 54 games to go, 6 behind.
Once August 6th comes, the NFL starts, no one's going to care. Just going to say.
Well, they've got LeBron. Think about it.
I mean, but once we get to that too. So
yeah.
That's sports.
All right, there you go, Phil. Philly weather currently 69 degrees, high of 84 degrees. Going to be lower humidity, setting up for a beautiful stretch of weather. Might have some showers coming on Sunday, but between today and Saturday, we are in the clear. Philly weather is brought to you by absolutely nobody. Big Take is coming up next. That is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, and we will do that on the other side. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by LensSeek.
Is your vacation leaving you more stressed than relaxed? Experts at the Cleveland Clinic say the secret to a peaceful getaway is to pace, don't race. Ditch the overstuffed itinerary and leave wide open gaps in your day for spontaneous fun. Stick to your sleep routine, stay hydrated, and lower your expectations. Expecting a perfect trip only breeds anxiety. Most importantly, put the phone camera away and just enjoy the moment. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mainline Today said it, and we couldn't agree more. Kathy Romano is officially the best music radio DJ in Philadelphia. Hear Philly's best every weekday morning on B101, The Kathy Romano Show.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals at better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 6:36. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno coming up for the cut sheet at 7:45. Fauci, Rand Paul in a matter of hours. But right now, let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Vindication Week continues. For all of us on the right, we knew we were right all along, and this week proves it. Yesterday, it was the diary of Dr. Anthony Fauci. We will learn more today on Capitol Hill, courtesy of Rand Paul and others, and the Big Take tomorrow will certainly be on the key takeaways and how that phony Fauci tried to wiggle out the back door under oath. But today, more vindication. We knew the book on Joe Biden, and we knew the book on Biden for years. The cognitive decline, the foreign influence, the weaponized government, the cover-up, the coup. Once again, we were right. And today we are specifically talking about the audio tapes of the special investigation from Robert Hur and the retention of classified documents, as well as the big guy's state of mind. And the formula, it's the same. The process, the routine, the steps, they occur in the same fashion every single time, folks. The left and the legacy media will deny it. They will discredit you by calling it misinformation or disinformation or a conspiracy theory not founded in truth or credibility. Then, years later, we basically get confirmation, and then we're told mistakes were made, and on second thought, well, and then they say, just keep it moving on to the next PSYOP. And ultimately, no accountability. Zero. None. Over the last 36 hours, Fox News reported the following, quote, Biden's attorneys have waved the white flag in their fight to keep audio recordings from special counsel Robert Hur's classified documents probe under wraps, dropping the case and opening the door for the Justice Department to release tapes of Biden's conversations with his memoir ghostwriter to the House Judiciary Committee. And that is precisely what has occurred. Listen and watch.
This was a big meeting, the CIA and everyone on, it was
that a July meeting?
I don't know, it looks like it is. It says, I changed pens, so it's got to be after the 17th of June. And then it's a long meeting where DOD brief at DOD POTUS, Air Force 2, 2:30 p.m. There was a big meeting down in the Situation Room. It would have been. Some of this may be classified, so be careful with it. I'm not sure. It's not more classified, but I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. I wrote the president a handwritten 40-page memorandum.
Folks, that audio recording was from April 10th of 2017, almost 10 years ago. Biden sounded totally lost, and this was well before he even entered the 2020 election cycle scene. CBS News reports the following. Audio recordings that former President Joe Biden fought for years to keep private have now been released. CBS News received 2 hours of audio recordings from roughly 70 hours of tapes cited in a 2024 special counsel's report, which said Biden kept volumes of notes at his home that included classified information. In a statement to CBS News, Biden's spokesperson, TJ Ducklow, said, quote, President Biden's conversations for a book a decade ago that discussed his late son are private and were provided to the Department of Justice on the express condition they stay that way. Reversing course and making them public is just the latest example of this administration weaponizing the DOJ for political retribution. It's wrong, and while President Biden disagrees with today's decision, he also respects the courts and the vital role an independent judiciary plays in a healthy democracy, end quote. So for those who need a refresher or to be filled in, Biden's attorneys filed a motion last week to drop their case, blocking the release of these audio recordings and the transcripts after fighting to keep the material under wraps, noting that Biden is now a private citizen and is not seeking public office. And remember, and this is important, Obama-appointed Judge Tanya Chutkan of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia accepted this voluntary dismissal. But going almost back a decade now, quote, the Justice Department obtained recordings of Biden in 2016 and 2017, conversations with his ghostwriter for the memoir, Promise Me, Dad. Hur's team, meanwhile, prepared transcripts during its investigation into Biden's handling of classified information. The key takeaway here for me, Biden disclosed classified material, was forgetful, and continued to possess classified material after leaving his post, not as president, but as vice president. And the key comparison here, because it's always Trump versus Obama or Trump versus Biden, I want you to think about the way law enforcement treated Biden compared to how Trump had to endure a raid at Mar-a-Lago, as well as his wife, Melania. Think about the way the media covered Trump's retention of documents in that case, and compare it to how the Biden Corvette and the Biden garage story played out in his retention of documents with that saga. Remember Scott Pelley of CBS when he sat down with the big guy and asked Joe about Trump's retention? Listen and watch.
When you saw the photograph of the top secret documents laid out on the floor at Mar-a-Lago, What did you think to yourself looking at that image?
How that could possibly happen. How anyone could be that irresponsible. And I thought, what data was in there that may compromise sources and methods? By that I mean names of people who helped, or et cetera. And it's just totally irresponsible.
Total hypocrisy. How about that? It's the gaslighting of all gaslighting. Joe Biden then, by Robert Hur and others, deemed too old to be charged, too forgetful, and he comes off like a well-intending grandfather. But Joe wasn't too old to run for president again in 2024, was he? No. He was cogent. He was sharp as a tack. It's the best Biden we've ever seen. Here was another moment in which Biden clearly is in possession of and sharing classified documents. Listen and watch.
And then next thing I have here is this is classified. It's all of it. It goes to the 17th.
That courtesy of the House Judiciary GOP. But of course, denialism is the way to combat the truth, with the mainstream media always carrying the Democrats' water. Here's Biden and White House pencil neck Ian Sams back in February of 2024, just about 5 months before Joe's career would come to an end. Listen and watch.
The report lays out example after example of how the president did not willfully take classified documents. The report lays out how the president did not share classified documents with anyone. The report lays out how the president did not knowingly share classified information with anyone.
The tape doesn't lie, buddy. And the reality is politicians do. Democrats do. Republicans do. The media does. The establishment does. And there are two camps of American people, those who don't know and don't care to know, and those who do know, care to know, and then get beaten down by the system for challenging it and calling it out and pointing out the hypocrisy. And I'm good with being in that second camp. That's why I'm here today. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 high-quality pieces meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Bucks County Estate Traders, the region's largest high-end furniture destination. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, you can do so on X as well. Leave your comments at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your thoughts in the YouTube chat. All right, Dawn, we've had the diaries of Dr. Anthony Fauci, and now we actually hear how the big guy sounded for 70-plus hours when he's chatting with Robert Hur. Your thoughts?
Number one, when anybody says to you, oh, I just want to record, this is off the record, it'll never go anywhere, whether it's a ghostwriter, whether you're writing in your own diary, whether it has been President Trump and he was told by, was it the New York Times? I forget at this point, but there are so many people who record these things. And so the lesson learned is if your voice is being recorded or you're writing in a diary and you're a public person, just consider the fact that it's most likely it is going to be made public at some point. Mm-hmm. So don't do it. Mm-hmm. Don't agree to it. Nope. You can sit there and transcribe. Just pro tip, for your future, because we've seen it with so many public people. For him, I think it's sad. And I think that it definitely, I think we knew this. We saw this. But I think it's embarrassing for, the Joe Scarboroughs, all the Democrats, everybody who put this man in the basement, basically, during the pandemic and purposely hid him. And now we know that everything we thought was true about this, that's exactly what happened. Our instincts were correct.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. So you've had yesterday the Fauci diary. Of course, yesterday, after we get off the air, a lot of the Biden stuff starts to circulate and go viral. And then coming back today, we're going to see Rand Paul. So Fauci will testify. I'm looking at the television right now before the Senate at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So that's actually going to be midway through the cut sheet, at least according to television, as to when the kickoff is, so to speak. And I'm just here to say this. I saw a lot of people last night. Rand Paul, by the way, wrote a op-ed as to what the American public should expect. He wrote it for FoxNews.com last night. The COVID cover-up had layers. I'm peeling them back one at a time. I have released records showing Dr. Fauci's ties to the national security apparatus that goes all the way back to the year of 2003. But I do want to point this out because I think a lot of people are sitting there and for some reason, and I think I'm actually spot on with this, and I think everybody's wrong. I think everybody is expecting this little turd Fauci to plead the fifth today. Mm-hmm. And I said this yesterday on the air, and I'm just going to reiterate it again. I don't think Fauci's going to plead the fifth one time today. I've said this because of his ego. He knows he's not going to prison. He knows he has a pardon. And more importantly, this guy, he's a feisty old Italian, and he's not just going to be like, I plead the fifth. Now, maybe his lawyers have advised him to plead the fifth, but I think he's going to go up there and be combative. I think he's going to say that Rand Paul's trying to smear his career, that Republicans are trying to tarnish his 50 years of public service. He's going to play the victim today. He's not going to roll over, play dead, and plead the fifth. I would be stunned if he pleads the fifth to one single question. That's how confident I am in this guy's arrogance that he will go out defiantly kicking and screaming because he's going to present himself today, and he'll probably go off topic when he's asked something and he'll give a different prepared answer. He's going to talk about how tough the last 5 years have been, how he's got a security apparatus and he's got all these people protecting him because of death threats, which, by the way, are wrong, and I would never advocate for them. I wouldn't want them coming my way. But he's going to play the victim card today. He's not. This guy he literally said, "I am science. If you don't trust science," let me see the exact quote. He said this yesterday. I saw this clip pop up again. I want to read this for you. "I represent science. If they criticize science, nobody's going to know what they're even saying anyway." And there's the arrogance. What I'm talking about, Dawn. We don't know what science is. Why? Because we don't have a PhD. What exactly is science?
This is the arrogance
to the layman, in layman's terms, right?
This is the arrogance.
I always thought that science was meant to be challenged through different research and theories and hypotheses.
Scientific theory. We all taught our kids the little song, right?
Like math is an absolute, right? 8 divided by 4 is 2. It's been the same answer for the history of civilization. Nothing will ever change. 8 divided by 4 equaling 2. But you know what? As time evolves, some science becomes dated. How many times do we see studies where 1 glass of red wine is good for you? 1 glass of red wine could cause increased risks of heart attacks. The science is always ever changing. But with Tony Fauci, you couldn't question the science. It was absolute.
So for Fauci, you bring up the fifth. He can for each question, he can choose to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, of course, on the question by question basis. And so if he chooses to, he could answer the questions where he knows that he has a blanket of coverage because of the pardon. But if he lies, and that's where I think he will plead the fifth, if there's any risk of them accusing him of lying on something that is moving forward, because obviously that's a felony. If you lie under oath before Congress when you're testifying, boom, they've got him. So I think that's where if he's going to answer some and not others, that's where I would say if there are any risks, you're going to see a lot of him turning off the mic, his attorney advising him, don't answer that, because there's a risk that something you're going to say is then they're going to say that you lied and now they've got you.
But think about how the public perceives that. Mm-hmm. For whatever amount of the public out there that is actually invested in watching this. Again, keep in mind, it's the end of July. The average American probably doesn't care.
They're going to play it in commercials, right?
What do you mean?
They're going to play the clips in any commercials to talk about Fauci, Democrats.
Oh, you mean like
this
political
is part of
ads?
The machine, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And for the upcoming election.
Yeah.
So it does make, just like the Ashley cray woman.
Yeah.
That's in a political, you can see it.
Yeah.
That Ashley woman writes or Ashley individual.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know, but whatever. Some of these just write the political ads for themselves for November.
Sure. But think about his age, too. And this is why I think he won't worry about being called out for a lie and perjuring himself. What is he, 85, 84? You know how we talk about the wheels of justice being slow? Even if he's caught in a lie and commits lock, stock, and barrel perjury, the amount of time it would take for the whole court process to play out, this guy would die before he ever sees a prison cell for, like, I know everybody's tweeting, Fauci needs to be locked. Guys, he's not going to be locked up. It's never going to happen, and he'll die before he's even charged with perjury.
I just don't.
Unless he lives to be 100.
We know from his, well, he could. And we know that from his diary, he is narcissistic. He's egotistical.
Yep.
He cares about his legacy and all that stuff. But also he cares. He's a very wealthy guy.
Yeah.
And so if he opens himself up to private lawsuits, civil lawsuits, whatever, even if he wins those, just paying for the lawyers to defend himself.
True.
Makes his wife, his children, grandchildren, they
Less
lose
wealthy.
all that money.
Yeah, very true. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in on the show, coming up next, in light of cognitive decline, in light of the we told you so, what about Mitch McConnell? There's a new photo out of Mitch. Remember all of the hubbub with the first photo and people rushing to judgment? Well, the USA Today has an interesting take on this, and then Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear calling on McConnell to verbally address Kentuckians or resign. But Andy, where were you when Joe was kind of off the radar for extended periods? Just asking for a little consistency, Mr. Kentucky. We'll get into it when we come back. 7 o'clock hour on the way. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the...
You can overtake MMR. All the money obviously goes to Families Behind the Badge.
Right, yes. So Fauci testifying 8:30 with the Senate today. The Biden audio tapes released, Robert Hur, and a lot of this stuff about, who's cognitive and what's being withheld from the American people kind of takes us to the Mitch McConnell story. And Dawn had this in the news yesterday, where Mitch McConnell was discharged from the hospital, but is not cleared to leave a rehab facility, the Office of the Attending Physician says. So yesterday, Mitch McConnell and his office, his family, his team released a new proof of life photo. But Phil, if we could, because the USA Today and a lot of people are speculating, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is talking. So this was the photo, and you can throw the first one up in red, Phil. This was the one on social media that Mitch McConnell's family and team released on July 13th, addressing the concerns about his health, saying a fall, which left him, quote, briefly unconscious, landed him in the hospital. He added he was dealing with a mild case of pneumonia, and the image led to even more speculation, as many online alleged it was created or altered with artificial intelligence. This is according to the column from the USA Today. So then late Monday, Mitch McConnell's team put out another photo, and Phil, now you can show this one. This is him in a blue button-up shirt. This was on July 26th. McConnell seen in a similar pose next to his wife, Elaine Chao, intensifying suspicions that these images don't reflect reality. In an accompanying statement, his office said he was still having intense physical therapy. And then, of course, there's the statement where the McConnell team is saying that he is working diligently. He's back to his full-time professional activities, where I'm thinking, like, wait a minute. You're in a rehab facility. You have been essentially frozen, it seems like, for 2.5, 3 years since the first freeze up where he glitched out. People were honestly and legitimately wondering, is the guy having a stroke? How does this guy even go about it? So, first of all, in my opinion, two things. Number one, Mitch McConnell's alive. All right, folks, he's not dead. He's not dead. But I don't believe for a second that this guy is doing the rigors of a senator in his current state of mind.
Can I ask you guys a question? And this is dead serious. What is it about this job that people like him, Tom Kaine, all these people, they're going through health issues, which is understandable.
Which happens.
Mitch McConnell for his age and Tom Kaine going through something that a lot of Americans go through in depression. What is it about this job that these people want to hang on to so bad,
money,
so bad
access.
that they will? Mitch McConnell is 800 years old, going through health issues,
ego,
but he wants this job so bad he holds on to it as long as he possibly can. Any other profession, you would be like, you know what, I'm going to step aside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But with this, they don't.
Yes,
they don't. And why? Why is that? Because they can't give up the grift.
No.
They cannot give up the grift.
No.
None of them can.
No, I think you're right. It's money, it's access to information, it's ego, it's power, it's control, it's perhaps, and I think this is accurate. Lindsey Graham, it seemed like, didn't really do a whole lot of other things outside of being a senator. Like, it was his passion, his calling, his identity, his obsession. It didn't seem like he would go on golf trips or use up all of his vacation. Like, he lived it, he breathed it. So, in that regard, I kind of respect it. But eventually, at some point, you have to step aside. And this goes back to what you were talking about, Stalker, with boomers, and they just don't want to give it up. I'm more than willing. And I love my job, and it's my passion. I feel like I'm doing what I was meant to do. But man, when my time comes, I'm totally good leaving. I'm whether that's in 19 years of a heart attack or at 74 and I say I'm done, or 3 weeks from now and Odyssey says, get the hell out of here, we're done with you. I'm good.
Right.
There's more to life. Life goes on. But for some of these people, and Dawn, I always think of football coaches. And I remember with Paterno, now obviously different circumstances with the story with Happy Valley, also the diagnosis of his health. But I actually think there's a part of some people that make their work their life because they love it so much. The moment they lose it, they lose that purpose-driven life, and they kind of wilt away. The same thing in marriage. We talked about this a week or two ago. When your spouse, who's your best friend, when one of them dies, the other one loses the will to live and the enjoyment of life. I think there's something to that, and I think it accelerates your clock towards death. And maybe he's one of these guys that's scared to go. The second he retires, he knows he's done. Right? And I mean done, that's it, you're done.
You're giving in.
Life is over.
Well, a couple of things. So for Lindsey Graham, when you look at him serving, 33, so I know that he served about 20, I was looking up the numbers, 23 years as a U.S. Senator. But what's significant about Senator Lindsey Graham is before that 33-year military career, U.S. Air Force, JAG, etc. So he left as a... He went to South Carolina Law School, but he also was somebody who left, obviously, as a colonel. A lot of people don't know that. And so 33-year military career, that's pretty distinguished. A lot of these individuals, they've just been a career politician their entire lives. And so on one hand, I understand that Republicans need Mitch McConnell to stay where he is as far as the balance of the Senate, but I just will say we all need to understand that we pay for these individuals to have a career that is crazy. We're paying for that.
We would
their pay should be cut in half. It was never intended to be a career and to have a pension and these perks.
Well, let me ask you this, speaking of the perks. If we did have a ban, and they're trying to work it into the Save America Act as an attachment, so to speak, if they banned stock trading of publicly elected officials, do you think these people would stick around for 5 decades solely on their $179,000 salary? To me, that answer is an emphatic no.
Yeah, technically they are banned personally, but there are a ton of loopholes.
Right.
And we've known about it, and they just allow it. I mean, the nepotism, all that stuff. So they're not going to, none of them are going to tighten those loopholes as far as their spouses,
of course not,
or their kids getting these jobs, or all of that, because they know they all benefit.
Yes, nobody turns off their own heat or air conditioning. The electric company eventually does, right? Yeah. So at this point, I'm just like, dude, I understand. You've got access, you've got information. When you look at some of these people, and again, that's another stunner as to why Lindsey Graham only had a net worth of about $1 million. I was blown away. I would have had him pegged for sure as a Pelosi type that just makes it big in the stock market and hits 92% of their trades. Not the case.
I mean, I will say for Lindsey Graham, and I know women like this more than men, but I know women who, in television news, for example, who never had kids, maybe they were married for a little bit, but then got divorced, and their career and even their nonprofit service was their entire life and is still their identity. That's what Lindsey Graham reminds me of.
Yep. Kentucky, I mentioned Andy Beshear in regards to Mitch McConnell. So Governor Beshear said he sought proof of McConnell's capacity. This is courtesy of ABC News. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear called on Monday for Senator Mitch McConnell to either verbally show proof to Kentuckians that he can still serve in the Senate or to resign from Congress. Quote, important events are happening in our country right now during your absence, Beshear, a Democrat, wrote in a letter to the Republican senator, according to a copy obtained by ABC News. McConnell, hospitalized since June 14th, yada, yada, yada. Beshear goes on to write, President Donald Trump is stuck in a war of his own making and has greatly strengthened the very country he claims in a threat. Prices continue to rise, crushing Americans who are working hard but not getting ahead. Americans' voting rights are being eliminated by the Supreme Court and threatened by congressional action, all while you are absent and refuse to communicate clearly and directly to the people you serve. As governor of the state you serve, I'm calling on you to directly and verbally address the people of Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or resign.
I think Beshear is absolutely right with what he said. Like, just this isn't, Dawn hit the nail on the head. This isn't some job where you like, you work for the people. You work for the people you represent. We elected you, not us, but they elected you.
Yep.
You owe it to them to say what like, not just these proof of life things. Like, this isn't a joke. This is if you're dealing with health issues, absolutely fine, take care of your health. I never poo-poo anybody for doing that, but then step down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He should have stepped down when he had that freeze.
Yeah,
honestly.
Right. And we have a right as taxpayers that not only elect you with our vote, but pay your salary to demand transparency, to ask for, I believe, if as an elected public official, I think HIPAA should be thrown out. I mean, this is not wanting to know about a private sector employee. The public doesn't have the right to know Greg Stocker's health information. Odyssey pays him. You don't pay him. But when it comes to this, but here's my problem with the lack of consistency. So Andy Beshear, did you speak out about Fetterman's health when Fetterman was dealing with things or not?
And the Democrats hid from us Fetterman that he had even the severity of that stroke.
Right. So again, give me consistency.
Right.
I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I think we, the people, we deserve to know what your status is. And of course, when it comes to the ultimate thing that matters with these people, their votes. I mean,
yes.
How do we know if Mitch McConnell can even vote yes or no for the Save America Act?
Right.
I'll take it a step further. Not only do I need proof of life, proof of audio, I want to see you on video. I want to see you in front of a camera.
Right.
I don't want to just see you on hear you on a cell phone.
Right. Dr. Phil McGroin brings up a great point. They did the same with Dianne Feinstein.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah,
she was 90.
Yeah,
90.
She was 90 when she
wheelchair.
died. September of 2023.
These politicians are so hungry for power and getting the votes that they will weekend at Bernie's these people. They will wheel them in when they're dead and just sign and just have them sign their name like they did at Weekend at Bernie's.
So we need to demand we all need to demand, everybody, it has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. They just need to rewrite the rules on this and say no more career politicians. We're done. You serve and figure out how that works.
They're never going to do that, though. Yeah. They're never going to do that for themselves.
Term limits, no stock trading. That stuff's never going to go through.
They're never going to vote on their own demise, shall we say. And I don't mean death. I mean political demise. They're never going to vote on that.
Do you blame them? Objectively looking at it?
Yeah, I guess not.
So the way to chip...
I can't say that I blame them.
If I could vote on if I could have a job for life or go out on my own volition, then I would do it. I guess I would do it, right?
But you have to then incentivize them as far as that they, this whole idea that they get a government pension.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that it's crazy what they make, 179 Gs. And the other day I was saying this to my husband, and I was like, yeah, in Pennsylvania they make like 100. I was saying the numbers, 174. So he's like, no, nobody makes that much. I'm like, look it up, how much these state representatives across the country, and we pay for that.
So we
pay for all of these government workers.
They get a government pension on top of a 401k?
It's unbelievable.
Right.
It's crazy, you guys. We're paying for this.
The perks of this are amazing.
Now you see why they run.
And that doesn't even begin that a year out, so when they know they're not going to rerun for election, they can then start interviewing for lobbyist jobs, which means they're in a current powerful position as a lawmaker a year away from leaving such job, and they can have huge influence and insider influence.
Yeah.
So I think right there, if you are going to become a lobbyist, then you have to sign off. If you, at any point, if you know you're going to be, it should be retroactive. No, you don't get the pension and the perks moving forward if you're going to become a lobbyist.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
So we're just all getting played on this, the fact that we still pay for this. And by the way, they allow us to complain about those first responders, firefighters, police officers, school teachers. Okay? When these individuals right now, they're dealing with this because they want to go on their little break.
Yeah.
Coming up, they got their little August vaco planned,
Yeah.
and then they don't even come back until well after Labor Day.
Think about how good they have it.
What a sweet gig.
And how we just want the basic thing. Like, think about this. I saw this from Polymarket last night. The odds that Fauci gets arrested are at 10%.
Yeah.
Now think about this. The odds of Fauci being arrested are the same odds as the Senate passing the Save America Act, right around 10%. Now, if those two things, which should absolutely happen but won't, now ask yourself, what is the odds, the probability, and the likelihood of term limits and no insider trading with stocks? If you could go less than zero, it would be less than zero. The stuff that is so obvious just doesn't happen because they're a part of a club that we'll never be a part of.
Mike Opelka on the YouTube chat says Maxine Waters hasn't voted in months. Hakeem Jeffries is voting it as her proxy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maxine,
you're right, Mike.
What is she, 87? I mean, she's up there, right? She's got to be in her 80s.
Yeah.
So
look at these pensions, congressional members. So they have to meet strict age and service requirements and all of that. But it's under the federal, this is the feds. So at age 62, they have to have, requires at least 5 years of federal service. Age 50 requires at least 20 years of service. Any age requires 25 years of service. But you're looking at, a huge chunk of their full lifetime salary after just one term.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
And then Bashir wrote a letter to Senate leader John Thune, another worthless bozo. He says, per our research, a vacancy in the Senate occurs when a senator dies, resigns, or is expelled by a vote of the Senate itself. If Senator McConnell is unwilling to voluntarily show that he still has the capacity to serve, I will insist that you, as the majority leader of the Senate, fully investigate his condition, report to the American people, and begin the process if warranted. Bashir, as governor, worth noting, does not have the authority to alter McConnell's standing in the Senate. If McConnell's seat were to become vacant, Bashir would likely have to set up a special election to fill it. Kentucky lawmakers previously passed legislation that blocks the governor from having the ability to appoint a temporary replacement. So that's like the reverse of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Like Lindsey Graham's sister, That would not legally fly in Kentucky.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't legally fly. By the way,
I agree.
Joe's Lunchbox on the YouTube chat says Maxine Waters is 87 years old. Can you? What other profession? And God bless you if you still want to work and be a Walmart greeter.
God bless you. You're still alive.
Yeah.
Christ, I'd been dead for 25 years at that point.
Well, that's just it. Think about the jobs where that job takes a toll
on you. Yes,
right?
yes.
The stress and
Yes.
the physical exertion, the stress level, right? I mean, how many, not for nothing, but how many career, let's say law enforcement, actually live to 90?
Yeah.
These jobs,
I know.
Cause a heck of a lot of stress. And look at how many, obviously, hashtag why we ride. I mean, how many their lives are taken in the line of duty, or heart attacks, or hard on their heart and their health, cancers, first responders that get cancer because of stress, smoke, what they face, etc.
I agree. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, cut sheet just about 25 minutes out. Tony Bruto will join us on this Wednesday. And coming up next, we shift the focus to
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
We do.
Chuck Grassley, 92. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Pull up the list. I want to know how many people are above 80. We should go through that before we get out of here this morning. It's got to be at least a dozen. I'd be stunned if it's not double digits. But 4 out of 5 toddlers are eating ultra-processed foods on a daily basis, and nearly half of them cannot meet basic nutritional standards. What in the world is going on? We'll talk about the next generation, parents in Maha, when we continue.
24 members of the United States Congress who are age 80 or older. 24.
2 dozen.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
The oldest member is Chuck Grassley.
Yep. Yep.
The oldest representative is Harold Rogers. By the way, both Republicans. So
yeah.
Oh,
this is a bipartisan thing.
100%.
Sure. Wow. 2024.
This is disgraceful.
I haven't had 24 good days in my life. It's outrageous. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210.
Too expensive, or their parents are just awful human beings and let them eat whatever garbage that they eat. Fascinating story. And obviously, we've been kind of paying attention to things that, Bobby Kennedy has done on the Maha front. By the way, a report out there that Trump's not too happy with Bobby Kennedy as far as vaccinations and stuff like that there might be a little bit of Trump saying, let's go, I need more out of you, which I think is a story to pay attention to, because Bobby's been doing the media tour lately with Fauci, and maybe his boss would prefer him to focus on other things and other tasks. But I saw this from CNN. 4 out of 5 foods sold for toddlers in the United States are ultra-processed, according to research that analyzed more than 2,700 products on grocery store shelves. And nearly half of those items also failed to meet at least one nutritional benchmark for children set by the World Health Organization. Now, I don't really care for the WHO, but we do, I think, have a major issue in this country where kids, and I've noticed this a lot this summer, my summer for my girls, I swear to God, Dawn, and Greg, you're going to experience this too, probably when when your boy gets a little older. The obsession with sleepovers, I forgot how big it really was. And I was like kind of a sleepover kid a little bit when I was younger, in the summer, once every week or so. But my daughters, with all their little orbit and circle of friends, sleepover. And it's amazing. I see freeze pop wrappers everywhere. I see empty Capri Suns. I'm like a garbage man in my own house. I'm just going around and I'm like scooping up everything that hasn't been thrown away.
You gotta lay down the law, homie.
I know.
Like, this is you're the man. You're the father. Hey,
gotta watch this.
You want to have more sleepovers? Clean your S up.
Yeah,
clean your stuff up.
I did say 3
little
days.
princess.
I did say 3 days ago. I said we're about to put a pause on best summer ever. I'm just saying if we don't straighten things up around here, we're getting a little loosey goosey. All right.
You also got to make sure of a few things.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just happy people. I'm sorry. Before you say this, I'm just happy kids are still doing sleepovers because
I don't like the sleepovers.
Oh, here we go.
No? I never liked the sleepovers.
Oh, stop.
What? Let's dig into this.
They can
my guess
David
is
did have a sleepover at his.
Yes, I'm guessing David was pro sleepover, but Michael didn't want to leave home for sleepovers.
I was sleeping over girls' houses at 15.
You were sleeping over at your teacher's house at 16.
No, I don't like all these sleepovers. I never liked it. Nope.
Why?
I'm not a fan.
Even in the summer?
And make sure, by the way, like you have to have a conversation. Like if there's no bath time. And I had a girlfriend literally when her daughters were like 9 and went after school to another kid's house. And then she said, okay, after dinner, bath time, and they're like, oh no, we had so-and-so's daddy gave us a bath time. And it was like, what?
Really?
Yeah. You got to have you have to have those conversations.
Oh, for God's sake. That's not happening. Will you stop?
I know. Jill. It happened to Jill, my friend Jill.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
My wife, Jill, she's a Philly girl.
Great.
Okay.
Here's the problem. There's nothing wrong with sleepovers. Kids need to have sleepovers. They're fine. I just want to know what age. Because all of us like, oh, my child still can't sleep alone. Like, what? What?
No, I don't mean that. No, I don't mean that. I just, you know me, I see pedophiles and just weird stuff. And like, what
you have to know the parents.
What are they going to get into?
What's that?
What are they going to get into?
Bad things. Well they should.
Do the parents?
No, as well they should.
You have
to allow the kids to get into bad things and make mistakes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
What is wrong with you? Oh my God! Stop with the helicopter parenting.
What did you say about a full bar?
Yeah.
Wait, Nick's gonna want to sleep over.
So you have a full bar, and that's why you didn't want...
No, I don't have a full bar. I'm saying, do the parents where your daughters are going have a full bar? Because they're
True.
Do they have a full bar?
So do you? And I didn't mean to make this specifically about sleepovers. It was more about food and dietary. But do you investigate the parents
Yeah, you should know the parent. Sure. You should have been to their house. Like I have
been to their house.
I'm not gonna
think?
Oh,
really?
Yeah. I have a friend,
for God's sake.
No.
Go ahead.
I have a friend. Okay. I'm not going to say who.
Okay.
But their neighbor, I don't like this at all. So their neighbor, the parents are going through the marital stuff. So the dad has like a camper, like you know how the women have a she shack and you got the man cave? Well, the man cave is like his RV.
What's wrong with that?
Like out the, well,
Oh, it's a separate from the property.
Like separate. I don't know. The whole thing, I'm like, I don't like that whole setup to have your kids going over there, and then they're in the RV thing with the dad. It's a very nice neighborhood, you know what I mean? But I'm just like,
yeah, there's nothing wrong.
Nah, we don't need to be going in Dad's he shack. You stay out of there.
He shack.
Kids need to put up tents and sleep in the backyard.
Okay, fine.
At 10 years old, absolutely.
Treehouse.
Tents that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's fine.
But sleeping in the house is not fine.
I just want to know who's in the house.
I
want to know who has a full bar.
But with extracurriculars,
and what do they have?
And your girls, so like my girls have a lot of friends, but there's probably a group of 5 or 6 between dance, school, and softball that are in the rotation. Like after having been at softball games or at dance competitions or like trick or treats and stuff with the parents where they come out, you fill up a Yeti full of booze, whatever. Like I've got a good feel on my daughter's 5 or 6 besties and their parents. So like
you do.
I never felt the need to go to their house first.
Do you have the code to their? Go look in their phone. Have you? When's the last time you?
That's a good point.
Their phone?
I don't know their codes. Kristen does, but I don't.
You know what? Just grab the phone.
Are you involved at all?
You own the phones.
In spots, but pick and choose.
You own that phone, and they're still really young.
He picks and chooses his battles.
I pick and choose my
tell you
battles.
something?
You sit at home.
I try not to be the helicopter parent, though.
You sit at home and bet on sports and watch wrestling while your kids run amok in your house.
What I generally try to do is be the final authority on like if Kristen is not getting anywhere with them, or I've heard enough of it, and she interjects and the lesson hasn't been learned, then I take the flip flop off and I put my foot down. Then I do it. I try not to be because I hated that about my parents when they were overly obsessive. Like same thing with sports. Like my dad was that pain in the ass football dad. Like I try not to be that way to my girls. Give them a little rope, let them learn a little bit, and then drop the sledgehammer when necessary. I don't know if that's bad cop, good cop. That whole dynamic with parenting. But
by the way, Dawn, sleepovers teach independence. It's so your kid at 12 drinks a little peppermint schnapps. He throws up on the bathroom floor. He's fine. It's you're learning independence. You're learning about the world. We all did it. We all survived. You know what I mean? Stop. I had sleepovers starting at probably 9, 10 years old. I was never molested. Come on.
That you remember.
Yeah.
You could have been passed out from all that schnapps.
I'm sure.
I was never molested.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I mean, just because I passed out with my pants around my ankles. But seriously, first of all, your kids are 37, so they're not.
David's still a teenager.
They're not having sleepovers anymore. But
true.
come on.
Actually, David He just had a sleepover this week at his friend's house.
Yeah, I had sleepovers when I was still.
They still at the shore. The kids who have a
but they're not called sleepovers. They're called like
whatever.
Let me crash at your house.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all crash at people's houses at 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially when we were so lit, we didn't want to go home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's the truth.
Right.
That when they get to a certain
I
you
smell
don't
like
want
weed.
them driving.
I can't go home.
Not that
my friends'
my
parents
boys would
don't
ever
care.
do that.
I'll never. Speaking of wild sleepovers as a young adult, I'll never forget the one time me and my two best friends, we went down to and Greg, you'll know where this is, the Wawa in downtown Easton, right by the river, by the Lehigh, and we might have maybe been a little buzzed, and we go into Wawa, we get a hoagie, and we're
How
walking.
old were you?
20-ish.
It was still before I graduated from Temple, maybe 21, 19, 20, 21, something like that. Go back to my mom's house. We crashed there, and my buddy is totally hammered. He's eating his Wawa hoagie, and the cheese grater cap from the Parmesan cheese must have fallen from Wawa into his hoagie. He bites into it. Next thing you know, he spits it out. Then he passes out because he's drunk. Me and my other buddy pour, I think it was a 40 over him on his face while he's asleep. And he jumps out of his sleep, and he just sits up like the Undertaker, and he says, "Who's funny?" And then he falls back to sleep right away.
You have to realize that situations like that are everybody's going through them.
They were great.
And then you need it's not gonna
It's like a rite of passage. Right.
I'm just saying.
Right.
Now, granted, maybe somebody was driving under the influence, and that was a bad decision. But you make bad decisions when you're 19, 20, or 21. You just hope they don't harm anybody. Not like Tony Romo,
saying,
but
which
we'll get to, by the way.
For Nick, I would say that weekly or whatever you want. You own those phones. Mm-hmm. You should confiscate the phones.
You
should. I mean, not even confiscate them. Just take a peek.
Right.
You'd be surprised.
I'd like to throw them out the window, to be honest.
You'd be surprised at what's the videos. The videos on their phones. You'd be surprised.
Chris Eppolito says sleepovers likely toughen Stalker up for the YouTube chat. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not a wallflower. I don't bend down when people insult me. I come right back at you.
He doesn't bend down because of what he learned in the sleepovers when he was 9.
Oh, it was. It's some of the best times I ever had. We're sleeping over Steve Kaufman's house, right? Steve Kaufman.
Steve Kaufman.
He's my buddy. I don't know if he's still
Steve Kaufman.
I don't know. I probably shouldn't name names, but
Oh, look, there's Steve on the Kensington team.
Hi, Mrs. Stalkers. Greg Hope. No, he's at the Kaufmans tonight.
I mean, come on! It's a good time. He had woods in his backyard. We found Playboys back there. I mean, it was a great time.
Oh.
There's we need to get back to that. Stop! No! I don't want to hear about the episode. We need to get back to this time, and it's why kids they sit there on their devices and they do nothing. Let them interact with kids.
Well, and especially today, and with the surveillance and the technology today, we weren't able to. Like my mom couldn't track me on my cell phone in 2001,
which is the best.
My parents didn't have a Ring doorbell camera to see who's leaving the house at 2 a.m. when Pops was asleep. Like all of that stuff. The amount of things that we got away with in let's call it the 90s for the sake of Greg and I, you would never be able to get away with an attentive parent today with all the modern tracking and technology. Mm-hmm. Not even close.
It was better then. It was better then. You know your kid's every move. It's ridiculous. Dawn tracks your kids. It's sick. She's a sick person.
I am not.
You are a sick person. You track your kids.
Don't be all snotty.
Your kids are 20-something years old. You're tracking them.
David's still a teenager.
Yeah, okay.
Be honest though.
Hey, my baby.
How many times did you track him while he was in his first semester in Carolina at Elon University?
You mean how many times a day?
Oh my God.
Well, was there a night, like on a Wednesday night, where you're like, let me see what David's up to, and you checked your phone, you pulled up the app, and maybe you saw that his location was moving at 10:30 p.m. at night? Did that drive you crazy?
No, not at all.
No.
It's actually So one thing in college, I just made sure, you know what I mean? Like I would make sure he was in class because he had an 8 a.m. So sometimes I would be the alarm and do find my iPhone. So I would make sure he was up by 7. But
for God's sake.
But I will say this about knowing it is peace of mind.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make me crazy. I mean, I trust my kids. I trust them, and I raised them.
Kristen does it. we're getting ready to eat dinner a couple of nights ago. It was 5:45, and the girls were down at the pool, and they were supposed to be home like 8 minutes ago. And Kristen pulled up the app to see if they were moving, and she could see that they were actually walking, and they were 3 or 4 minutes away. So,
oh my God,
like I totally get that.
No,
yeah, for Chris,
no.
They're little kids.
What
They're
is
still
wrong?
little girls.
They're 11. Let them be
they're
out.
little girls.
Let them walk
They're little.
Let them walk to the pool. Nothing's gonna happen to Bluebell Country Club, for Christ's sake.
I didn't care one way or the other. I just said, hey, just don't burn that damn steak over there. That's what I'm focused on.
Disgraceful. What are we doing as parents? It's our fault. We're raising these kids.
So what's worse, being a non-existent parent or a helicopter parent?
To be honest with you, a helicopter parent.
You really believe that?
Yes, I do. Because you know what? The non-existent parents, the kids have to figure it out on their own. There's an independence there. And I grew up, my mom was very attentive. She was a great mom. My dad was great. I'm not disparaging anything. Mm-hmm. But they gave me freedoms. You know what I mean? And yes, I made some mistakes. Yes, I tried some things that I probably shouldn't have tried. Mm-hmm. But it didn't damage me. You know what I mean? I'm not a Kensington now. It gave me an independence. It also made me want to move out when I was 18. It also gave me the courage to move to Philadelphia when I was 20. You know what I mean? So I'm not. It gave you an independence that's I need to live around the corner from mommy. I need to stay at my house until I'm 27 years old because I don't know how to deal in the real world. No, I had to deal in the real world. That's how you do. You get on your bike and you come back when the lights come on, the street lights come on. Sometimes you don't even come back then. Your parents don't know where you are. They're calling the Ratzman's house. They don't know where they're at. They're calling the Scarpantonio's house. They don't know where they're at. Oh, I'm sorry.
We've got the Scarpantonios. We've got the Kaufmans.
This is my life.
This is Stocker's.
They don't know where I'm at.
You've outed the whole cul-de-sac.
They don't know where I'm at. They're hoping that maybe I'm there or that maybe I'm there. Maybe I'm at Danielle's house down the street.
Danielle.
Yeah. Oh, Danielle. Oh, she was so good. Oh, she was great. Loved her.
She was beautiful.
Your first?
His first love, his crush.
Your first?
My first crush. My first everything.
Aw, Danielle. Call in, Danielle.
First everything. Oh, God. All right, coming up next. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, the cut sheet is around the corner. Bruno is ready to go. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let's talk about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And today we are talking about Hyundai. Why is that? Well, of course, it's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on this summer, where right now you can take advantage of multiple offers, multiple deals at multiple locations. We're talking about Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown as well as Westchester. You can get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the Adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe. That's right, that third row. Perfect for picking up your kids' friends for that sleepover or taking them to the sleepover with all their accessories. 0% financing for 60 months. How about that? 0% APR for 5 years. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on right now through the end of the summer.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. My happy place is calling. If you haven't taken that summer vacation yet, please don't miss making great family memories. There's still time to book a summer getaway at the amazing, beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. But come on, you got to get going because they will sell out. If you want to avoid the busy summer travel, here's the best kept secret. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay today. 2-night packages include 10% discounted room rates. 3-night stays receive a 10% discount and $55 a night in resort credits, which you can use at the restaurant, the pool bar, the gift shop, the beach concession stand, however you like. Check out their website, grandhotelcapemay.com, for all the details, and you always have to book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. You will love going there this summer with your family. The kids will love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, and you'll love a romantic getaway in September. grandhotelcapemay.com.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminster and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
On Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is 7:48, Kayal and Company, here on a glorious Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up in a moment. As now we get ready to load and activate box number 4 from Bristol to the Bay, from Philly to LA. It's the great Tony Bruno. Good morning, sir.
You forgot. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
You forgot from sea to shining sea as we all get ready for Dr. Fauci.
That's right.
Hopefully.
And you know what's going to happen, guys. Nothing's going to happen.
Absolutely
now,
not,
does he cop the 5th on this thing? Because if he does, the whole world will explode. Yep. And I'm here for that happening.
Yeah, I am too, but
I'm here for it.
I don't see it happening, though, Tone. I think his ego is so big that he will be combative and he will go down continuing on with his lies and his victimhood and you're misinterpreting what I said. You're twisting my words, Senator Paul. I think that's the Fauci we get today. That's my guess.
By the way, kudos to you guys for the great bike ride. I was there with you in spirit while I was drinking spirits from the fine wine and spirit stores. No, the pictures were great, Dawn. I mean, that's incredible. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, sir.
And I know now what you guys did, seriously. If I could ride a bike right now, you never forget how to ride a bike, sex, all the things about you, something you never forget.
Right.
Well,
you never forget how to ride a bike.
When you're married with children, Tone, sometimes you forget certain things that you may have mentioned or not mentioned.
Now, I heard your parenting tips today, though. This is insane.
Right.
Why is everybody ganging up on Dawn?
Yeah, because she's wrong, and she's a lunatic. I love her, but she's a lunatic.
Dawn, Dawn, you can come down to Florida. We'll have a sleepover at our house.
Thanks,
How about
Tone.
that?
Yeah.
Sleepover.
Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do.
Jump on me, go for it. That's what we do here.
Oh, God.
I forgot about that.
We're having fun.
Hit the stinking music.
What's on
All right.
the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas, of course, with Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Royersford, PA. Royersford, PA. Limerick adjacent. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. All right, let's start with Fauci, shall we?
Yes.
This is
I love the fact that the thing is being tweeted out now all over the place on the Senate feed, because that's what they're doing now. Because I don't know if it's going to be on live TV, but we'll keep an eye on it. But you can go log on, and if you want to watch this thing in its entirety on the Senate channel. I don't know if that's C-SPAN 3, 4, or 5. I don't know which one it's on.
Yeah, you're right.
They're saying the testimony starts at 8:30.
Yeah.
8:30, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think we should just carry the whole thing from 8:30 to 10.
No.
And just sit back and observe.
No. Anything to do little work.
Correct.
Honestly, it is unbelievable to me. Anything to
work smarter, not harder.
For you to get out of work is okay. Can Dr. Fauci be criminally prosecuted? Okay. According to legal expert John Yoo, he can be.
Mm-hmm.
Roll this.
Expressed by well-known virologists, go down and down and down. He's either lying then, or is he lying to his diary? Who is it? And tell us now. Diary. And you're right, Brian. He can't claim that the pardon would cover any of his answers now. You can only be pardoned for lying to Congress from before the pardon. If he commits a lie before Congress now, he'll be committing a federal crime and could be prosecuted.
I mean, he's saying, I didn't shut anybody down. I never shut any schools down. And then we find out in his diary, spoke with Bill de Blasio, mayor of New York City, convinced him, based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation, to shut down New York City schools. Had a similar call with Ann O'Leary and Governor Gavin Newsom of California. Between our conversations and our TV appearances, he shut down the schools. So what are you saying? You had nothing to do with the shutdowns and in retrospect were totally unnecessary and kids were never in danger?
Look, he's obviously running from this. This is one of the greatest public policy disasters in the history of the American Republic, where experts like him overreacted to the virus, shut down the economy at costs of hundreds of billions of dollars, interfered with the everyday lives of every single American, and infringed on all of our individual freedoms. And so now, of course, he's trying to pretend he had nothing to do with it. But as you say, in the diary, he records pretty meticulously all these governors, mayors, Mayor de Blasio in New York, Governor Newsom in California, urging them to shut down bars, restaurants, schools, and now he's pretending he didn't do that. So if you're a senator, you would say, were you telling the truth in public when you said you had nothing to do with it? Did you lie your diary? What was actually true in your mind? Tell us the truth now. And if you lie, you're committing perjury and could go to jail for it.
And these embarrassing statements.
Does anybody actually go to jail for lying to Congress?
And perjury is very hard to prove based on testimony alone, because it requires evidence that the testifier knew that his statements were lies. Now,
we don't want. To me, I mean, I found this is what I will remember more than anything is here's my vaccination card.
Right. God, you still
where I
have
had
that.
to get vaccinated to go see my grandson who was just born in Maryland, and I couldn't get anywhere near him because it was a newborn baby. These are the things. And it's not just Fauci who should be held accountable. It's Jake Tapper. How Jake Tapper has a job at CNN, after all of the absolute avalanche of evidence where Fauci is basically deifying all these media celebrities and Barbara Streisand and what's her face, unpretty woman. I mean, she's a hag right now. She was a hag and pretty. I never thought she was hot, by the way. Did you? The pretty woman chick,
Julia Roberts.
She was all right.
Yeah.
She was all right.
Yes, she was
all right.
But the fact that we learned here's one thing: when you read this stuff, that's really creepy to me, because I always thought if you have a conversation with a doctor, as she was like, "Doctor, I have too many pound cakes." Remember? So she not only was asking questions and stuff, and obviously he loved the fact that he's talking to Barbara Streisand, but then she says she has sores on her butt, on her rear end, like that whole weird thing.
I do too.
Okay,
from riding the bike.
But I mean, I guess she had shingles or whatever, and then she couldn't get rid of the sores. And she's asking what to treat it with.
Yeah.
But why would he put? Why does he have to put that? Because you know what I mean.
Because he loved the fact that he was consulted for it. It fed his ego. Yeah.
But why would you sit? I mean, the guy's in his late 80s now, right? Why would you do a diary? Why would you keep a diary as a grown-ass man? I mean, seriously.
Unless
do you know kids? Kids don't even keep diaries anymore.
You're right.
They just go on their phones.
So why do you keep a diary unless you think you're going to write some book that you're this famous person and people can't wait for your book to come out? You're going to get this big signing bonus, and when you talk to the publisher, you're going to want my book, and because I can write about everything. What would he promise to get a big signing bonus? He would get millions, right? That he would cash in. He would promise to give some goods on Trump, on what Bab's butt, what was going on with Bab's butt. You know what I mean? Like these weird things. That's what I see there.
Yeah.
And it's really gross to think that he would be unscrupulous, because I would hope, like we have Dr. Craig, right, who we know from the bike ride and we know for long years. I think that if I don't have sores on my butt, but if I told Dr. Craig that I had sores on my butt and how to heal them, I don't think he'd be writing it down or telling people, because he's a person of integrity.
Not even after the bike ride, Dawn?
No, because you know why? Because the great road warrior from his independent bicycle shop got these amazing bike shorts that sort of look like, they make you look a little bit like J-Lo, like a really good booty, by the way. Yeah. But also, they're so padded in all the right spots.
Yeah, it's like an implant.
That I felt great. I have no rash, nothing.
Yeah.
By the way, I asked Nick, because Nick wore shorts over it because
that probably messed it up.
Because he's a wimp, and he's like, well, the bike shorts expose everything.
They do.
Tony, I didn't care, my friend. There's a picture.
Expose what? What is exposing?
There's a picture. There's a picture of the three of us right here.
Okay, I wasn't going to say anything.
Bike ride in Philadelphia every year. They get exposed. But did they ever have?
I'm going to send Phyllis.
There's a picture of the three of us right here.
A big package in those.
I'm all out for the world to see.
Look at that.
Yep.
Like, dang.
Trot it if you got it.
Yeah. Like, woo.
No issues whatsoever.
Yeah, man.
How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
There it is.
Yeah. I tell you, between my natural fat on my ass and then the padded, I mean, I could win a twerking contest right now. I'd be like that broad in Fight Club that was getting her ass kicked and she was still twerking.
Right.
What's going on, man?
Hey, if you're looking, I'm showing. All right. By the way, they're just in all seriousness though, they're comfortable.
Oh,
right?
They are.
They were.
Yep.
Yeah. Except Nick, who had shorts on.
Well, I did feel a little circulation being cut off towards the bottom because they're so tight with the band there. I had to do a little pre-stretch just to have a little.
Maybe you needed a different, like maybe the size wasn't, because mine weren't.
No, they were good. They were good size. My jersey was a 4X.
You look great.
Runs like a large though.
Your jersey's a 4X. Yeah. Wow. Chicago's new solution to crime. And you may say, Greg, hopefully they are really cracking, because Chicago is it's bad.
Yeah.
So they've tried defunding the police. They wanted to abolish prisons. What's their next great idea?
The crime rate in Chicago is bad. So here we go.
Yes.
What is the city of Chicago going to do? You'll be happy to know, guys. They're going to put up signs.
We are putting up these signs as an indication of what the consequences will be depending on what actions on the CTA. We are hoping to deter crime and to encourage people to come forward in their witnesses.
These signs are a message to all of our riders and employees that we are working together with the County State's Attorney's Office to take action and ensure and promote a safe ride on the CTA.
Oh,
Yeah.
Signs on the CTA that say violence is illegal.
You know, those signs.
That'll help.
Those signs might work in the neighborhoods where those woke, white, liberal women live. Don't commit a crime. It's against the law in your 7-figure home gated community. Yeah, but out on the streets of Chicago and on public transportation, my guess is that's probably not a deterrent, Tone.
Well, it's crazy because the police chief of Seattle, which I now deem the craziest city in America when you look at all the people have been elected or in positions of power. I mean, you can go down a list of worst run cities. They got the dumbest mayor. They got a police chief who doesn't even live there. He's from Chicago. And by the way, he was the police chief in another city that failed and then moved to Seattle, became the police chief there. And then all of a sudden says he goes home to see his family in Chicago. How can it's like LeBron, and I don't know a lot of people. LeBron is going to play for the Sixers, but he's not going to live in Philly.
Right.
Does he still have to pay the wage tax?
Yes.
I mean, listen, I know he does because he lives in I know how the city wage tax works because no matter where you live, you're always going to pay the city wage tax. But people are not upset that LeBron James is snubbing the city of Philadelphia to live in New York, where Mamdami's basically taxing everybody out of existence.
I did see that, though, Tone. You're right. The Seattle chief of police commutes back to Chicago on a weekly basis with his family. And I guarantee you he doesn't have a helicopter like LeBron. Let that sink in.
Helicopters.
Go ahead, Dawn. I'm sorry.
Well, were you going to say I don't know that because remember they made the helicopters illegal.
Yeah.
Because of the environment or whatever.
This guy's probably flying back on a commercial flight on Southwest. Think about that. That's crazy.
And then did you see he got into it with a reporter who got in his face wondering where he was all those hours after that basically an assassination attempt. And did you see the one teenager who was arrested for doing that shootout at the Taste of Seattle? You don't see that at the Bite of Philadelphia happening. You don't see some whack job go out there and start shooting up the city. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of shootings in every city, but that situation in Seattle, and now the Seattle Fox 13 station tweets this morning, is it safe to attend another large gathering after the teenage psycho shot up the Bite of Seattle? They're asking people if it's safe to attend another large gathering.
Large gathering. Teen takeovers.
Yeah, teens, mostly white, I think. You still have that in there, Nick?
Yeah, let me check for you.
Can you identify the suspect in that shooting in Seattle? One of them.
Yeah, actually, CNN has us covered right here.
A male, possibly white.
Exactly.
By the way, Tone, yesterday we figured out the math that LeBron, if he just to live in New York, even if it's, he's renting or it doesn't matter, cost him at least $450K.
Mm-hmm.
Because you still have to pay, like you're saying, all the, you're going to get hit with New York City, New York State, and Philadelphia.
Well, somebody brought up that Dr. J, Tony, used to live in New York when he played for the Sixers, and he got a limo.
Richard Notaro told us that yesterday.
Yeah.
But remember, the taxes are different now.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Than they were at 83 or 82 or 83 whenever Dr. J played for
He played for the Nets. He grew up in Massachusetts. He played for the Nets, obviously, before the Sixers got him back then. And he was the man. He and Moses Malone, obviously, were the glue that led them to a championship. And anyway, enough about sports.
And by the way, that woke a-hole JJ Redick also lived in Brooklyn.
That's
right?
correct.
When he was playing for the Sixers.
Yep, and he would commute to Philly.
Right.
He would commute to Philly. He would commute to L.A. from New York when he was coaching the Lakers. That's why he's not the coach anymore.
Right.
Who's got the worst commute? We should do a poll question. LeBron from New York to Philly the Seattle chief of police to Chicago, or Larry Bear going from Philly to New York?
I know.
I gotta go Larry Menti. I don't
agree.
know how I used to do that commute when I was working in New York and working at ESPN and going to New York, or working in New York in the 80s and going up to do morning drive sports on WOR back in the 80s. Now, I got to say, what Larry is doing right now, I don't know how he does it. He doesn't have his own car service. He doesn't have a limo. He doesn't have Mikey Sherrill in a helicopter taking him back and forth like she did. And by the way, speaking of people who should be removed from office, Mikey Sherrill.
Let's do this.
Let's get her impeached and let's get her removed
Let's do
from
this.
office.
Yeah, let's do this. Mikey Sherrill gave a press conference yesterday. Let's start with 12. She says she will not release the list of the 6,600 non-citizens registered to vote in New Jersey.
Wonder why?
Of course not. Yep.
Why?
The Trump administration is seeking, I believe by today, the list of non-citizens who are registered to vote and the approximately 400 that did vote. To what extent will your administration comply with the Trump administration's request in that regard?
As I have said, I am not in the habit of turning over private identifying information of the citizens of New Jersey. This federal government is weaponizing the government against individuals that disagree with them. They weaponized my private data against me in my election, and so I am working to protect people and their private data here in New Jersey.
I'm going to answer this a little differently than I normally would with the obligatory, Mikey Sherrill bashing talking points, which are all valid, by the way. But let me just ask you this. Can you recall, anybody on this show right now, a story in which Democrats outed and alleged that Republicans did something fishy with voting rolls, voter ID, accidentally registering people to vote R at the DMV when they get a license? I do not recall a story in which that was pointed out in a red state, even when it's controlled by a blue governor, like North Carolina, right? I get it, technically battleground state, or Kentucky. They have a kind of like a mix of blue and red. When is the last time a Republican leader, even if it's their own type of red state, has been outed by the other side for clerical errors or the machines were? It's always the other way around. Always.
Well, they tried to get DeSantis for banning books in schools, which was bogus.
But that's not voting, though.
No, but that's a Republican governor. You're talking about a Democrat. Democrats don't, even Trump, for all the stuff that he does, whenever some rogue judge decides to sue him or stop him from doing something that he can legally do, or even question, Trump never says, I'm disobeying that court order. He obeys the court order and fights it. Mikey Sherrill has been proven to be a liar. She has proven to oversee a corrupt state and make it even worse than when that drunk the guy with the bad teeth, Latino guy. I mean, she every single person who has replaced somebody who was terrible turns out to be worse than the person they replaced.
Yeah.
Mikey Sherrill, you got Abigail Spanberger. And I hate to do this because I love women, but look at all the women who are in charge of state governments now. Governors, Kathy Hochul, Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, the woman up there in Massachusetts, the woman in Maine who was the governor and then decided she was going to run, and then Graham Prattner stole her thunder, and now she's just still the governor. People don't realize that. She's still the governor up there. We have the worst female governors in history. And
Thank God for Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Exactly. Name one woman governor that is sane. And you're right. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the only woman as a governor who actually was in the media and then is doing her job and keeping the people of Arkansas safe, especially since she got rid of Bill Clinton down there, because he was one of the biggest problems in Arkansas for all those years.
Great point.
Mikey Sherrill, this is 13. She accuses President Trump of pushing lies about voter fraud.
Same president who's toying with sending ICE or the National Guard to the polls in November to intimidate voters. No wonder he wants to get rid of mail-in voting, because he wants you to have to come through a gauntlet of ICE officers to vote.
Yeah.
It's the same president who's pushing lies and distortions about voter fraud, including here in New Jersey, to sow doubt in our elections. Trump has only one concern: winning at any cost.
And what was yours, hon?
To put the right to vote at risk.
And why is she talking about something that apparently Phil Murphy fixed in 2024?
Well, and here's the other thing, too.
What's up with that?
Whether it's ICE, whether it's law enforcement, police officer, security guard, TSA going through travel and airport, if you're not doing anything wrong, if you haven't committed a crime, if you're not entering a space you don't have a right to be in, well, then you have nothing to worry about. Right? You know, I like this fear of law enforcement and the presence is going to create angst and unease amongst the American electorate. If you don't have anything to hide, you'll be just fine. You dick.
I mean, how do people? I know Matt Rooney's been on her every single day, justifiably so. Are they? Is there? If there's anybody who should be recalled, other than Mamdani, who's destroying New York City, everybody knows that. How do people in New Jersey tolerate Mikey Sherrill? Not just because she's a woman, but because she's incompetent. So what? She was a helicopter pilot. That makes her a good governor?
Well, you know, that's the thing is we look at it, but you know what? It's like, how do these people vote for it? That, you know, you can sit here and rip Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Bernie Sanders, but you know, these people that live in these states or these cities or these districts, and they continue the same thing with Larry Krasner. You know, there's nothing but negatives about Larry Krasner, and it's all accurate, and yet the same people keep voting for it. I don't get it. I never have.
The fact that Larry Krasner cannot be removed, you know, can't Governor Shapiro remove Larry Krasner if he wants to? I don't know what the rules are. Krasner is the only DA in the history of this
think
country.
he can.
He was duly elected.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
In a runaway.
Yeah.
What do you get? 72%?
Yeah.
Yeah, when only 55 people vote.
Well, he got 40 of the 55 votes.
Speaking
about this, though, Action News yesterday, activists call on Philadelphia mayor to implement ICE out legislation. Did you see the picture of the activists?
Dawn
There's like
had it in
10
the
of them
news.
standing outside, and they're all overweight old people.
Yep.
What's with the overweight old people out there? Now, listen, I'm a little overweight. I'm not morbidly obese. My BMI is a little too high. I got to start riding a bike in the heat here in Florida.
You do.
But the bottom line is, the what's going on with these people who are out there ICE out, and then you got this other Francesca Hong, who wants to be the governor of Michigan, now says she never wanted to defund the police when it's on tape. See, this is what happens.
Yep.
These people want to be elected, and then they go out and they have a debate, and I never said to defund the police. She said Republicans wanted to defund the police. And idiotic voters believe that crap when there's like mountains of evidence that these people said that stuff, and then they want to make people forget that they said that stuff. It's just insane.
Yep.
People are too stupid to vote. I think the problem is that people are dumb and don't know who they're voting for. They have no idea. They'll just vote straight R or straight D when they get into the voting.
You bring up an interesting point, because obviously the motive and the theme for the Democrats for a decade has been vote for us, obviously vote against Trump. You're right. I don't know that they know much about their own candidates. No. They only know more about who they're voting in opposition to, right? Like they see what the people say about Trump, and you know the media carries the water for the party. So I actually believe not only do they hate Trump more than they love their own party or politician or candidate that they're voting for, Tone.
Or country.
They know more about Trump than they know about their own people.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do.
Exactly.
Well said.
They do.
Speaking of this socialist uprising here with Democrats, Mamdani now says he's open to slavery cash reparations in New York City.
Wow. I'm surprised it took him 7, 8, 9 months.
Well, he sat down with that noted journalist Charles Blow from the New York Times.
Blow.
That's his name. That's the guy he sat down.
Yeah, I know.
And he was being interrogated. Mamdani was being interrogated. And, of course, the socialist communist that Mamdani is, he was thinking, do we have the cut? We're going to play that on the cut? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Roll this.
If a commission studying reparations in this city recommended cash reparations for people impacted in New York City, would you support that recommendation?
First, I want to say that I stand by what I submitted.
Yes.
It's the truth.
Yes.
It's not a personal assessment. And we often think about slavery and the complicity in slavery as being exclusively to certain geographic areas of the country.
Right.
Here in New York City, we were very complicit. And so I look forward to whatever those findings are. I can't give you an answer in advance of them, but I can tell you that this is critically important because this is also what it looks like to acknowledge what history truly was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Cut the checks now. Is he going to send out the $250 checks like Josh Shapiro promised a couple of years ago in Pennsylvania to help cover bills?
Uh-huh. All of these radical, feel-good, oh yeah, we're going to take care of the injustices of the past, and they can't produce it. I mean, Tony, in the last 3 days, this guy has gone from reparations that we just talked about here in that clip to just a day or two ago, he's trotting out 5 city-run grocery stores throughout New York City where they're going to go 30% below retail price. What do you set the over-under on that place going out of business? I think I said 18 months.
And the thing is, he says, oh, yeah, there's going to be all the staples are going to be priced at one price, 30% below. Now he's being sued by the actual grocery stores that can't lower their prices 30%. Because not everybody's going to go into these government-run stores. And he said it's going to be a 1-month deal where certain things, the staples are going to be knocked down. What happens if people go in there and buy it out in one day? They're not going to be able to replace it. So I don't know how he's getting produce and all the basic necessities to sell in government-run grocery stores when other stores can't get those same things. I mean, that's criminal. That's fascism. That's telling people they got to come into my store that the government runs. It's like saying everybody has to get a COVID shot or they couldn't go to church, but they could go protest for George Floyd, but they can't go to church. And they remember you can go to a casino. Remember all the craziness during COVID? How many people's lives were destroyed? How many families and kids were destroyed? And they made all these arbitrary rules. Mm-hmm. And that's why we hate big government, because the government can't run anything.
That's right.
Anything at all. Especially, imagine that grocery store. And by the way, Chicago tried it. Other cities have tried government-run grocery stores. Guess what? They're all out of business because the government can't run a DMV. That's where people are voting in New Jersey illegally, thanks to the DMV there and the rules in the DMV with the motor voter stuff.
Yep.
So I will also say that for this issue, notice it's cash. Why is it cash? Because the truth is, we're all getting played once again. And so let's say they do this in New York. What do you think happens? They're going to tax that cash, or they're going to find a way to get their hands on that cash for the people that they allegedly care about and want to give them some kind of a reparation.
Mm-hmm.
And so nobody ever talks about what was real under then President Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipation President Lincoln, and his land actions that they confiscated about 400,000 acres of Southern land. And I understand this was not a nationwide promise or program, but they did, and Lincoln supported this, that it would be 40-acre plots for freed slaves to that they would get. Now, some of them, maybe it would be an opportunity to buy it at a lower price. Some were given it, whatever. But you'll notice they never go back to that. The reason is that if you give people land that they could farm on and so on, what are you doing? Yeah. You're taking people, redistributing the voters. And they want the voters all crammed into some kind of public housing so that they can make them dependent upon Democrats. Yep. They want our Philadelphia kids to be all crammed in here with poor opportunities and no job opportunities and no schooling opportunities and no HVAC, right? That's what they want so that they control you. We're all getting played on this one.
Absolutely.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons. You can see the 4-box with the great Tony Bruno with us every Wednesday here for a What Up Wednesday. We talked a little bit in the 7 o'clock hour, Tony, or 6 o'clock hour, I don't remember, about Lindsey Graham's funeral. I said that I believe that a lot of these are over the top. I'm not disparaging anybody's right to mourn the loss of family and friends of Lindsey Graham, but like it's only senators, it's only politicians that we seem to do this for. You know what I mean? Like I don't remember. Maybe
we did it for George Floyd. Remember how many funerals he had and golden caskets he had all over the place?
That is true.
Statues.
That is true. So a lot of people spoke yesterday for the eulogies. Sean Hannity, this is 21 Phil. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity gave a eulogy.
Of course he did, because he was friends. He was friends with Lindsey Graham. But
was his face still puffy?
I don't even listen to Sean Hannity when he's on the TV or radio. Why would I listen to him doing a eulogy?
What's funny is that he contradicts his BFF, the person whose lips he has attached to the ass of Donald Trump. And I know that's heresy in the Sean Hannity world to go against anything Trump says. But first, Hannity spoke and said this about Lindsey Graham, 21.
Known this man. Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite.
He's extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country.
There you go.
Trump is right, and Hannity's
I don't
wrong.
think they contradict each other.
No, of course they did. Of course
What do you mean they don't. It was the complete opposite.
It was the complete opposite, Don. He 100% contradicted him. 100%.
Did Lindsey Graham ever not vote for a war when he was?
I mean, he was flying to Kiev. More than the guy in Seattle was flying back to Chicago to meet the police chief in Seattle was flying back to Chicago to be with his family.
I give Trump credit for saying that. Like, they've gone back and forth a million times.
Yeah.
They didn't like each other, then they did. Then they had a falling out, and then they loved each other
He
again.
talked about the time when he was running against him in 2016 that he gave out his cell phone number
publicly.
Oh, my
yeah.
God.
By the way, that's a great move. Anytime you can drop somebody's number publicly, especially in the social media era, and let them get spammed to death.
Do you think Sean Hannity had to get 20 lashings for going against his Lord and Savior?
I think the prednisone might be warping his brain. I mean, come on, man.
You really don't think, Don, that he contradicted what his beloved leader said?
I think that for Hannity, what he's saying is that Lindsey wanted to do everything for a lasting peace in the Middle East, but war was a last resort.
All right, let's play it again.
Man. Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger.
By the president.
I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true.
Uh-oh.
The truth was the opposite.
He's extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country.
I thought that was Sean Farris there when he played it back to back.
I love this. Oh, I love this. Also, Trump was super bored during this because he was falling asleep.
Giving out Tic Tacs too.
Yeah, did you see the Tic Tac?
We'll
video?
get to
that is phenomenal.
We'll get to the Tic Tac thing in 1 second. I want to see. Let's start. He was dozing during the Reverend Tate's remarks at Lindsey Graham's funeral.
I would be too.
On. There's a lot of times it's easy. It's easier to bow out. It's easier just to go a different way, the path of least resistance.
Man, I'd love to be golfing.
He stayed the course. Even
his eyes are open.
Oh, for God's sake!
Look, his eyes are open. I'm just saying.
He's fighting it. He's fighting. He's fighting sleep.
He's bored to death.
He's bored to death. His eyes are closed.
It's like me sitting through an Odyssey HR training.
Sleepy.
Ready to fall out of my stool.
I'm going to start calling him Sleepy Trump. Sleepy Trump.
Technically, the eyes are open.
Yeah, no.
He knew Greg Stocker would be playing this.
Well,
Sleepy Trump.
But here's such the nonsense of this is I see like Aaron Rupar, all of these guys that ran cover for Biden for years.
Exactly.
And they're looking for the moment where Trump's eyes are shut for 2.3 seconds. Like, dude,
I know.
It's not apples to apples.
24/7. I defy anybody. Again, I'm not kissing Trump's ass here.
Yeah, you
but
kind of are.
Look at the guy. He's in Michigan. No, this guy is 80 years old. He's still going strong. He doesn't sleep.
I know.
The guy's everywhere.
I know.
Like, you don't even know. I didn't even know there was a White House Correspondents' makeup show this past weekend. The guy's everywhere. And by the way, and Joe Biden, the tapes have been released. How come you know who's not covering the Joe Biden 2017 tapes of him reciting his memoir
Jake
to a
Tapper?
reporter?
Fake Strapper?
Jake Tapper. No, they're not even mentioning. CNN is not even mentioning that Fauci, Fauci diary, or that Joe Biden in 2017, 3 years before they propped him up in the 2020 election, was absolutely out. I had no clue of anybody he worked with, who his age were, and yet they propped this guy up. I have more problems with that than with Trump. Trump was elected.
Yeah.
Twice, maybe 3 times. But it doesn't matter.
I played
Biden
I played the Biden clip from April 10th of 2017 in the Big Take today.
Yeah.
He didn't know where he was 10 years ago.
Exactly. This is 3 years before they had to find somebody to run it because they didn't want to put Hillary back up again.
No, they couldn't.
And they didn't want to put Kamala up because she was just in the Senate. So this was this is why the 2020 election. And I'm not saying that Biden didn't win. Of course he did because they had all the ballots hidden. But I'm glad Trump didn't win in 2020. This way he came back and got better people around him to start getting stuff done.
Yeah. Do we have the Tic Tac clip?
Yeah,
let's see now as we're playing this because there's no audio. Let's try to figure out what do you think he's saying to JD as he shows him and offers him a breath mint.
Roll.
He's got the Tic Tacs.
He's so bored at this. He's so
like,
bored.
You want one?
So bored.
These are the greatest.
I just sat around in a 3-hour service.
These are the greatest mints we've ever seen. Nobody's ever had better breath than me. And he's going with the white ones.
Didn't he reference Tic Tacs in the Grab 'em by the P tapes? I think he did.
I'm more concerned about how he's grabbing the Tic Tac here. Yeah. Go back to the beginning. He pops it in like I said. I showed this to my wife last night before bed. Think about my life. I'm sitting there laying in bed with my wife, showing her a video of Trump grabbing a Tic Tac. Watch how he grabs the proof that there's nothing going on in my marriage at all, remotely entertaining. Well, I got married during Prohibition. Serves me right. So, if you look at the Tic Tac, and when I take a pill, like I take I take a turmeric every morning, and I take a melatonin before I go to bed. Good. So I don't put it in the palm of my hand and go like this. See, Phil, come back to me for a second.
Wait, can you come back?
Yeah. Phil, close up on the fat guy in box 1. Stop. Not the fat guy who's president.
Look at that. Look at that giant belly. Look at that giant belly on Trump. 215, huh? Look at that.
There's no way Trump's getting in a 4X jersey. So mean. I don't go like this with my medicine or my pill or a Tic Tac like this. Like this. Trump goes like this. I go like this. Like you take it out.
How do you eat a Tic Tac?
Yeah, how do you put it in your mouth?
You put it.
You tweezer it with 2 fingers, right?
Yeah,
like that.
No.
Trump did it like he had a handful of combos.
That's the correct. No, that's the correct way to do it.
Which way?
Yep.
The correct way to do it is to dump it in your hand. Dump a little Tic Tac in your hand,
slap it into
your mouth. Yeah, you don't pick it up like a woman, with your little fingers. I'm gonna put exactly, Tony. You eat it wrong. I am sticking up for.
By the way,
I am sticking up for Trump on this.
Okay, you can have Trump for this.
3 or 4. You put 3 or 4 in the palm of your hand, and then you bam.
Tony's right. Tony's right.
Maybe I am bougie or beta because my wife is actually she spotted something I did 20 years ago, and she points it out almost all the time.
What?
When I put salt or pepper on my food, and I grab the shaker or anything,
you put it in your hand first.
Garlic powder. When I hold it, my pinky is up.
Oh, God.
And I shake it like this with my pinky up. For some reason, my pinky won't go down.
Hysterical.
All right, Phil.
My dad does. He puts it in his palm, the salt, and then
and he parses it out.
Some people do it.
All right,
old school.
Let's go around the room.
Doesn't he throw it over his shoulder though for good luck?
Yes.
Though? You still do that with the salt? Yeah.
All right, Dawn. Let's go around the room. Nick, let's go around the room. Tic Tacs. Are you putting them in your hand and popping them in like
finger or palm?
Finger or palm?
I think on palm, but I like because what if Trump, for example. What if you go like this and you miss your mouth?
Well, that's what I'm always worried about. Or you smash your face too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
Give yourself a concussion.
But
I'm not a palm guy. I'm a finger guy.
How do you eat? Phil, put up a poll question. How do you eat Tic Tacs, finger or palm?
Yeah, I think I do the palm.
Yeah, the palm is and Tony's right. Tony has the correct answer. You put like 3 or 4 in there, and then you don't have to do one.
Well, Tic Tacs are weak. Now, if it's an Altoid,
right,
the Curiously Strong mint, you only need one.
Yeah, Trump is 100% right on this. Although I think he missed his mouth. Can you roll it one more time? Can you?
You know who else missed his mouth? Tony Romo.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
How about them Cowboys?
We'll get to that in the next break.
What do you think he's saying to JD? Because Vance is laughing. He's like, boy, is this a brutal thing or what? Here, you want a mint?
Watch, she puts it in his hand, and then he misses it. He drops it.
Oh,
he drops the Tic Tac.
Oh my God, he did.
He dropped. He dropped the Tic Tac.
He is in cognitive decline.
I want the 25th Amendment invoked today.
Oh, that is a. I didn't even know. Look at it falls out.
Al Green has filed articles of impeachment.
I have to admit, though.
I've done that before.
I've done that before, and with popcorn, too. You take a handful of popcorn and you kind of stick it in your mouth. There's always kernels. Like, my dog is always sitting underneath me while I'm eating
dog is like,
popcorn.
Miss it.
Yes.
So
good. Yeah, I am the messiest popcorn eater ever. I cannot get it in my mouth.
Really?
Maybe it's because I palm them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just grab 2 or 3 with your finger.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, what is it, a rush to finish? What, are they going to confiscate it from you? What, is your kid going to come in and just grab the bag?
He might.
Oh.
He might. By the way, Nick might be vindicated on the Uncrustables. We will get to that on the other side.
Wow. I said the theme of the big take today was Vindication Week.
Vindication
the
Week.
hell with
Nick.
Fauci or Biden? I want vindication.
All right, go to YouTube right now and vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT when you eat Tic Tacs. Yes, EKZ, we are discussing Tic Tacs today. That's why we do the best here.
Because it's the Trump Tic Tac eating replay.
All right, palm or finger? Do you eat a Tic Tac with? You eat it with your finger. It's so weak.
Put it in your palm.
Oh yeah,
It's
it's
an
so
art form.
weak.
POTUS does palm. What do you do?
All right, let me just read this real
Is it
quick.
the Trump way?
Jake313267 says, "Hey, you big bald stooge, are you ever going to talk about the Biden audio?" Let me say,
We played it.
Hey, Rick.
Oh God.
We played it.
Rick. Yeah, this show starts at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
You don't think that you don't. Yeah. You don't think
we met in the parking garage at 5. What was it, 5:10 this morning or something?
Yeah.
We started
at
6 a.m.
So the modern thing called technology, where you can go back and get the early portion of the show.
Yeah.
I just can't with these. I need a mental health sabbatical.
All right.
What?
I just can't.
What?
I'm just ready. These people. They just I don't even know what to say.
What?
I'm gonna have a Mitch McConnell moment. I'm gonna freeze up right now.
You just don't respond to it. That's how you do.
You're a fine one. You don't.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Don't respond.
You're right.
No.
How do you eat Tic Tacs? Finger or palm?
God.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. We'll be right back.
Back after this.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$8:35. We are back at the Tony Bruno Wednesday here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Bruno with us. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet in full swing. Fight Club, where you'll see plenty of swings. Yesterday, 3.5 minutes worth of haymaker type swings in our
new record.
Yeah,
new record.
It was. Tone, there was a lot of heavyweights throwing around their weight, and it did not disappoint. A Gary Stamp submission that, I got to be honest, I was a little exhausted by the Gary Stamp submission of late, but yesterday he totally redeemed himself. He did a good job.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. The chat is hot and heavy today. Some people didn't like our Tic Tac conversation. Well, you know what?
Right.
Why? Really?
Go away. Go away.
So we've done...
Go away.
So we've done Biden audiobook. We've done Fauci, Rand Paul. We've done Mitch McConnell. We've done term limits, insider trading.
Jackie Sherrill should be recalled. Seattle.
Yep.
The Gathering. LeBron taking a private, helicopter to New York when he plays for the Sixers.
Yeah. You get it all here. You dummies.
Damn right.
Thank you.
Well, we haven't covered China, and it's been 9 minutes since somebody's booked Gordon Chang around here. If we get Gordon Chang on the show and talk about Chinese diplomacy. Oh, God. If I hear Gordon Chang, and it's not my business to talk about what other people do on this station.
What are you saying? Is Gordon Chang going to do afternoons?
The next time somebody on this station books Gordon Chang like it's the frickin' commissioner of the National Football League, I'm going to have my head explode.
No, there's a reference.
I will have Gordon Chang on tomorrow afternoon's 3 to 6 show.
Oh, geez,
Bruno and Chang.
Oh, God.
Hey, Chang.
Then we'll go to PF Chang's after the show and then have a celebratory post-show meeting.
Mr. Wang, no offense.
Don't tell him you're Jewish.
He's just a Wang.
Tony Romo, excuse me. The body cam footage of Tony Romo's DUI was released. I'm starting with 22, Phil.
My buddy at the golf course said when this happened a few days ago, he goes, "Yeah, he's basically the white McNabb."
Tony Romo was a miracle. Remember when the drunk Jerry Jones said Romo was a miracle?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Man, poor Tone.
By the way, in defense of Tony Romo, I'm not a Cowboy fan.
No.
But who doesn't go to Wisconsin and get wasted at a golf tournament? Come on.
That's true. But again, come on, bro. You can't get an Uber or a Lyft.
That's my biggest problem with these guys. It's just you have so much money.
Jim Nantz would have been there to drive him home, but unfortunately, he wasn't around. He was doing golf somewhere, I think.
All right, let's roll a little bit of the body cam footage. Roll it.
Deputy Core, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
Were you speaking on the speaker back there?
I was.
I didn't even know you guys said that. I'm so sorry.
All right, reason for my stop today.
Yep. That was what you said.
Yep,
Gotcha.
reason for my stop today.
He asked him, started over, Phil. She asked him about, or he asked her, he's like, were you talking on the speaker? Because when the cop gets behind you, they can get on the speaker and be like, pull over to the left, pull over to the left, pull over to the shoulder.
Yep.
Love those things.
You would be
Can
unbelievable.
you
You'd
imagine?
be yelling at the
turn over, you drunk.
I will shoot you.
This is what happens, guys, when you're getting ready for training camp, which the Eagles already started. Now there's training camps and football starting everywhere. And it's not just the players that go out and get wasted. Tony Romo's not a player anymore. He's you got Mike Shanahan get wasted and almost died in a car crash.
Right. Yeah.
So this is what happens. It's not just the players, the coaches, the Bill Belichick. Well, I don't even know if he's getting wasted anymore.
Well,
Is he still with the chick in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Still has a
27-year-old?
25-year-old girlfriend? Yeah,
Damn right.
Good for him. Can you imagine her?
The only thing he's winning these days.
Can you imagine her? By the way, oh God, looking at Bill Belichick,
daddy complex,
shirtless.
The only explanation.
70-something years
The
old.
daddy
Oh,
complex.
God.
Why hot young chicks get with old dudes it can only be explained by their money,
right,
or their fame.
That's not true. It's actually primitive.
Is it a daddy complex? Am I correct in that?
It's a primitive. They've studied it. It's
Really?
primitive because think about way back in the caveman days. If a man has lived past a certain age, then he's a proven winner. He's healthy, and so it's primitive for younger women of childbearing age to be attracted to older men who are the bull, the survivor. It's primitive. It's
really
look it up.
They've done research on this.
Yes, scientifically proven.
I don't get it, but
I think Dawn saw that on TikTok.
No. I mean, I'm all for young dudes marrying older hot chicks. That's okay. Yeah. I mean, that's just,
All right, keep going with this.
Deputy Corps, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
Were you speaking on the speaker back there?
I was.
I didn't even know you guys said that. I'm so sorry.
All right. Reason for my stop today.
Yep. That was what you said.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Reason for my stop today is the unsafe passing on the right, the lane deviation.
Say it louder. I'm sorry.
Unsafe passing on the right, cutting across the gore. Obviously, the gore?
Yes.
It's the marked area.
Gotcha.
Where are you coming from?
Well, I live in Dallas, so I came in to visit Grandpa over here. I'm going to do that, but I got the gore.
You got the what?
The gore, you said?
Yeah.
That's what it is when you cross it?
Yep.
Yes. I got what you're saying.
And you were coming from Grandma and Grandpa? What did you say? It's really hard to hear you, dude.
Dude.
Yeah, I know. We gotta basically yell at each other, right?
I feel like I'm yelling at you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Here we go, Jim.
So I want to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the gore, which is the place you're talking about that we traveled over. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
What's a good phone number
Does he
for
look
you?
wasted? Does he look totally wasted?
I don't know.
Not too bad.
I don't think he does. No.
He looks.
Now, is Grandma and Grandpa, are they still alive, or is he wasted and saying stuff like, pulling a Joe Biden with the "Where's Jackie?" and everybody knows Jackie's dead?
No, I don't think.
Okay, because that's the big line that everybody's running with on social media is he's going to grandmas and grandpas. Like, are his grandparents still alive? I mean, Romo's got to be, 50?
I think Romo's my age, isn't he?
But we're not talking about his parents.
Right,
We're talking
right,
about
right.
his
grandparents. Right.
Which would mean an unbelievable exceeding life expectancy.
Didn't he grow up in that area? He went back. He has his own golf tournament. Again, I'm not defending anybody who drives drunk.
No,
but
he's
obviously
8 days older than me. He was born April 20, or he's 8 days younger than me. He was born April 21st, 1980. So he's 46.
So how old is he now?
46.
He's 46.
46.
He's my
He
age.
can still play. I think if the Cowboys need a backup, I think Tony Romo is ready to go back in there. Especially when you're holding.
Yeah.
You get that ball and you're holding for the kicker.
Yeah.
And they still have a great kicker in Dallas, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's good kicker knowledge.
All right, let's keep going with this.
Hang tight for me.
You think she
All right,
knows that's
how many
Tony
drinks have you
Romo?
had? You're coming from a golf course?
I played in a golf tournament in Wisconsin State Amateur.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
He looks way older than Greg.
I'm going to run you
Thank
through
you,
some
baby.
fields.
Second.
Field sobriety tests. Are you willing to take any field sobriety tests?
Call my lawyer, and then I'm going to
I'm going to call my lawyer.
Which I believe is his right.
Yes, you're denying to step out of the vehicle pending fields?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
No, step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
So you're going to take me through.
Field sobriety test.
I'm still allowed to call my lawyer, right?
You're not.
I'm not allowed
Nope,
to.
step out of the vehicle.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so
Yeah.
I think.
Well, you're allowed to call your lawyer, but maybe not. Like if they're asking, like if you're denying the field sobriety test, then they have the right to say step out of the car, right?
Right.
I'm just saying that I'm not allowed to call my lawyer.
Any available squad can hit backwards and southbound and back up to 4 17.
I'm not allowed to. I'm not.
You are pending an OWI, the investigation.
Can he call Jim Nance?
He did hand over his documentation, right?
Right.
He wasn't being obstinate. He wasn't being disrespectful.
No, but technically he's wrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm just looking it up to make sure.
Yeah, he's got
He has to step out of the car, right?
Just follow her instructions.
Yeah,
bro.
you have to follow the
Right.
law enforcement. So if look, she could have said, okay, whatever, but she wants him to do the.
Step in front of my vehicle.
He has to abide.
He's propping his phone up on the bumper.
24 squads, please slow it down. He's out of the vehicle. I'll be conveying him.
It was still light out, too.
Turn around for me.
Additional squads coming. There's a good chance that.
Patting you down for weapons, okay? No weapons on you? Okay, all right. You're detained pending an OWI investigation. Deputy Corps, sir.
Are you going to take me through
So, as of right now, we're on a leveled ground. We're on a bridge. I want to convey you somewhere that's going to be an even surface, free of debris.
Yes,
Good call.
Turn around for me.
I get you. You need the cars.
Yep.
I just want to make sure it doesn't too far have a PVT.
I think she knows that's Romo at this point.
No, hell no.
I mean,
You put me off that, Joe. I have
That was at 5:30 in the afternoon, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll grab your phone for you, okay?
Yeah. He had a few pops on the golf course, like Nick does. The only difference is Nick doesn't drive.
No, I just wobble back home.
Or waddle.
Or waddle. Sometimes both.
So she cuffed him, right? He's cuffed there, right?
Which is the procedure.
You're detained
Right,
for
I
an
understand
OWI
that. Yep.
investigation. I patted you down for any weapons. I would normally seat you on the passenger side. Due to it being so close to the concrete barrier, we're going to go into traffic very carefully in the distress.
Seriously?
Yep.
Just gonna walk in the
Because
traffic
we're
in an
not able to
afternoon
sit,
drive
so
in
there's no-
Wisconsin?
Right.
So we're going to walk in the distress. We're going to go in the distress.
Can we grab the phone first?
I will, sir. I only have two hands.
I'm northbound at Howard.
Guy's worried about his iPhone.
We also have all right. So they put him in the back of the. Look, nothing wrong with any of that, right? She did the right thing.
Yeah,
he was he wasn't combative, which is good.
No. All good.
He was low key faded, I would say, just like remember the running back for the Cowboys? I'm low key faded.
So then they take him back, and he does the field sobriety test. I guess after he
in the garage
called his lawyer in the garage. Let's roll some of this.
When my partner brought the backpack that you wanted, we basically do not an inventory, but I make sure that there's no guns in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you guys checked.
And there were a few shooters in there that I observed.
Any of them drink?
Okay.
I
So
don't think any of them were drink, right?
Okay.
Can I do an exercise?
go ahead, dude.
Wait.
She kind of laughed.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Is he taking his pants off?
No. He's warming up for his field sobriety test. He's doing calisthenics.
That's right.
He's doing calisthenics before his field sobriety test.
It's a veteran move here.
Oh, that is amazing.
Pop down and give me 30 right there. You should have gave him a football and see if he could hit somebody 10 yards away without overthrowing him.
Oh, that's amazing.
Before we continue the video, do we have what he blew?
It was OWI. It wasn't DWI.
Yeah.
See, that's
No.
Operating while intoxicated.
Right, but do we know what his blood alcohol content was?
I don't believe so.
Has it been reported and released?
I'll find it.
I'm wondering just how far over the limit he is. And it's no excuse if if you drink one, you shouldn't be behind a vehicle, in all seriousness. But I don't get the sense that now I could be totally blown away by what Dawn reveals here in a moment. I don't think he's wildly above whatever the legal limit is.
Now, I will say it all comes back to the reason that Greg Stocker had to play the Tic Tac first is if only he had a Tic Tac, because she smelled the booze on his breath.
Right.
So
yes, that's why I played the Tic Tac first.
Well, I'm sure the eyes will give it away too.
People think we just wing it on the show.
We do not.
This is a carefully scientific. Why do you think the country is internationally known? It's a system. It's a process, and you got to trust the process, not the one the Sixers tried years ago. The new process with LeBron James.
The new process.
All right, let's keep going.
Improved process.
Exactly.
Any of them or drink, right?
Okay.
Can I do an exercise?
Go
He
ahead,
said,
dude.
"Can I exercise?" Maybe he is banged up.
He's stretching it out, man.
He has to stretch out his hammies before he.
I mean, he's 46. He just played. He probably played 2 rounds. Probably played 36
any
holes.
injuries?
All right. I want to hear this.
Excuse me?
Any head injuries recently? Any concussions?
Well,
only when I dropped a spy ball when I was trying to hold it for the kicker.
years, yes, but not recently. No, we're good.
Okay. When you turn, keep the front lead foot on the line.
Sorry, 1 second.
And turn by taking a series of small
Look at him.
steps
What in the
with the other
heck?
foot.
He's getting ready to
I'm
run
going to
a track
demonstrate
meet.
with 3. You will do 9, okay?
On 3. Hut 1. Hut 2.
1, 2. You
Trying not to.
willing to submit to a PBT
What is
PBT?
machine that you blow in?
that? It's a preliminary drug.
It does not determine the results of
Oh,
my
no,
test.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from
I think it's
multiple lawyers. Don't ever
.19
do that.
BAC. I think that's what he.
And it's, the legal limit's .08.
All right, sir.
Did I pass this test?
You can turn around.
No.
How'd I do, sweetie?
How did I do?
Can I kiss you?
Plane taking off.
You're
My
under
parents are
arrest for
Oh boy.
operating
We'll get
while
to
under the
that.
influence, okay?
Yep. All right.
God, imagine if this guy had murdered somebody in Wisconsin.
Man.
If only he had been an illegal immigrant, they would have had protesters out there asking to free Tony Romo.
I know. I'm going to start a Ice Romo out protest.
Yeah.
Nah, good. Let him
Tony
rot.
Romo did nothing wrong.
Throw his ass in the can. Tell him to sober up, and next time call
Well,
a
it's
lift.
a first offense. He goes. He's due in court September 21st.
Let me ask you guys a question about this. If you're CBS, because you know he's an analyst for CBS, what do you do with this?
You don't do anything. You just nothing.
Really?
I'm not a cancel.
He
culture
cooperated. He broke the law.
Yeah.
He faced a fine.
He didn't harm anybody.
Exactly.
He could have.
Well, he could have. Right, but you don't punish people on what could have happened.
He broke the law.
He did.
There has to be some sort of morals clause. We all have them in our contracts.
Have him fulfill an alcohol meeting. I'm not saying he's an alcoholic.
An AA me no.
Here's what I.
So what would your punishment be?
I think that if I'm the boss, I tell him that we're not going to fire you. But you should get on TV and say that.
Oh yeah, sure.
No, that you're resigning.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Are you serious?
You know I'm no Tony Romo
you don't
fan.
even Greg doesn't believe that. Now, if you want to have him, and I think maybe the appropriate thing to do is that first week of the regular season, Tone, September 8th or whatever it is, and Nance and Romo are doing the Chiefs Ravens or whatever the game might be. Maybe you issue a statement for 30 seconds, own it, apologize, got to do better, and then move on.
I don't think you do that. I think he addresses it now. And look, Mike Shanahan just finally came out and talked about his car accident when he ran into a woman with his car and almost lost an eye.
And ESPN is being and ESPN is being destroyed for this because the reporter had the details and sat on it and did not report on it. Which I don't know, Dawn, is that like a violation in journalism when you do something like that? When you have
that's weird,
right?
So in Wisconsin, a first offense OWI is, and I've looked this up because they have. My mom is born and raised in Wisconsin, so they have some kooky. Because everybody drinks. I mean, it's like.
But what else are you doing in
Wisconsin? Is it an owie? Is it an owie?
Yeah.
Like
OWI. Here's the weird thing. It's a civil offense. It's not a criminal charge.
Okay.
And it's a citation.
Okay. And
the fine is the max is like $300.
Okay. And you said it was he blew a 0.19.
So that's what I saw one report, but I'm just trying to look this up to make sure.
See what the legal limit is. I'm guessing it's 0.08. So he would be just a little over 2 times the legal limit.
Right. If I get a DUI, do you think Odyssey is letting me go?
No. Nor should
your
they.
manager?
Nor should they.
every case is different, and I think they have to watch him go through the process because.
Well, if you claim you're an alcoholic or you claim you have a problem and you go through treatment, they legally can't do anything.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's a whole different ballgame.
I think that's a weasel way out because how do you verify and confirm? Like, oh, I'm an alcoholic. Okay, you're off limits. Sorry.
Right.
It's like I've got mental health. Oh, sorry, I can never question you again or criticize you because you might freak out on me.
Yep.
Like, just stop.
I know one thing that will happen. I don't think he'll get fired, but I think when they talk about, we had dinner last night with so-and-so before, they go into the city where they're doing the national game on CBS with Jim Nantz and Romo, right? They're the A-team.
Right.
And they go in there. And they can't talk about last night. We had a great dinner at such and such a steakhouse, and boy, man, those martinis were just flowing.
Funny you say that. I guarantee you what's going to happen is when they sit there and they do that, yeah, we were in our pregame meetings on Friday night and we had a great steak, and Romo's going to jump in and said, and Jim, I only had water, Jim, just water. I had a ribeye, a baked potato, and a Pellegrino sparkling water. Here we go, Jim.
All right, we have
Wisconsin. Let me just say this really quickly because it's important. Wisconsin, it's like crazy, but it's a big drinking state. Remember,
absolutely,
Tony, you'll remember this back in the day. They were one of the last ones. They did not want to change that law from 18 to 21. Right? Everybody was going to Wisconsin to get liquored up.
Listen, anybody who's been to the Packers games in the parking lot with all the great Packer fans at Lambeau Field, or in the town right next door, which is where everybody goes because nobody lives in Green Bay except residents.
Yeah.
The stadium. I've walked through the crowds there, and the people are the nicest, happiest people ever. If they wanted to arrest people, they could arrest 50,000 people every Sunday at a Packers game. If that cop's around a Packers game, she'd be writing tickets and putting people in cuffs until midnight.
Well, I think technically that's against the law, right? Like a cop can't just basically sit in a restaurant in the parking lot and wait for patrons to come out, right?
They do it, but it's relevant because I just want to make the point. It's relevant to what you guys, what Greg was saying about being fired, because this is not a criminal. This is a first-time thing, and it's basically a civil traffic violation.
Yeah.
It's as if he went right on a no turn on red.
We have
it's not criminal.
Or blew through a stop sign with a school bus.
We have to take a really quick break, but on the other side, Nick, you were wrong. Fauci invoked the fifth.
No.
Fauci invoked the fifth.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
We will have the audio and all of that on the other side. Stay there.
I should resign.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts, It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Why do some people just seem to age better than others? Truth is, it may have less to do with age and more to do with how well their bodies repair and recover each day. That's why Rescue created their Renew You age-defying drink mix. For a limited time, listeners can buy one, get two more free at res-q.com. Renew You is a delicious orange drink packed with powerful amino acids that support muscle energy, collagen production, brain function, and the building blocks your body needs to age well. Just mix it with water and enjoy. Plus, it's loaded with antioxidants to support youthful skin and cellular renewal, helping you feel energized and ready to enjoy the things you love with confidence. Just go to res-q.com and look for the buy one, get two free Renew You bundle. Or call a product consultant, 800-26-A-LOT, 800-262-5483. Don't wait. Give your body what it needs for lasting vitality. Visit res-q.com. Claim your buy one, get two free Renew You bundle today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:03, Kayal and Company, as we continue on this Tony Bruno Wednesday. The big news right now as Dr. Anthony Fauci has invoked the Fifth Amendment at his hearing that is playing out right now with Rand Paul in the Senate. Dr. Fauci pleading the Fifth during his opening statement and says he will decline to answer questions before Congress today. I was categorically wrong.
I was right.
I have never been more happy to be wrong in my life because I'm happy now. I'm ecstatic.
You are?
Rand Paul has impaled Fauci on his own words, his own journal, his own diary, and that little gray-haired toad
weasel
that had the audacity to disparage millions of Americans for perhaps wanting a second opinion. And this guy is there invoking the fifth. It looks like almost universally across the board.
He is.
Yep.
Let's play some of this
let's
stuff.
dip in.
Phil, do you have 33?
Modern day Mangala.
Do you have 33?
Makes me sick.
200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings
in
the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession
Here it is.
with calling for my prosecution,
Told you.
his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so,
Let's do this. Let's 31, Phil. This is where he continues here.
Okay. Have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
Howard Weasel.
Yeah, and before any
begin a round of questioning, Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement.
Yeah, and before any Harvard law grad jumps in the YouTube chat and says, it's his constitutional right to assert his Fifth Amendment privileges, you're absolutely right, and it just goes to show you that this guy would not have a remote chance of arguing what he documented and diaried and journaled and chronicled. This guy was so egotistical that he jotted down his celebrity fame. I mean, you basically committed a crime and chronicled it for all of us. And now that the receipts are being aired out, you've got nothing, Tone. He's got nothing but pleading the fifth.
Exactly. He should be cuffed right there and then taken out in chains. That's what they should do. This guy's going to get away with the biggest mass murder, the destruction. This is a bigger scandal than anything that's happened in my lifetime in over 74 years on God's green earth. The fact that this scumbag is going to get away, and again, the diary alone indicts him. Then Jake Tapper, of all people, who should not even be allowed to show up at office to this, the doors should be locked at CNN. He's out there talking about the war in Iran, like not even mentioning the Fauci debacle, where he was implicitly having dinner with this guy and schmoozing with all of these journalists who were kissing his ass every single day while people were dying, while kids were missing school and being told what to do and not to do. This is high crime and misdemeanor. He should be in jail. He should be strung up right in front of the White House.
And
that's what I would do.
The best part of all of this is Rand Paul has published story after story, retweeted story after story from every outlet that has written about this. He has dropped evidence. Rand Paul's whole Twitter timeline is his case today publicly under oath in testimony to Fauci. He said, here's our playbook, Fauci. Here's the 15 plays I just scripted. I'm going to tell you what play I'm running, and you won't be able to stop me. And he did it, and this little rodent had nothing. He's got nothing. He's just sitting there taking it.
Can you go to 32, Phil? Cut 32?
And I feel great about this. This, as Road Warrior said, the process is the punishment. I get it. He's not going to jail, and that's fine. But like I said yesterday, I wanted him to leave Capitol Hill today with a red swollen ass, and he's going to do that. His pride and his ego and everything he jammed down the gullet of Americans for 6 years on television, done. And I don't care about the shot I had to take. I feel bad for children and parents that had to mask their 3-year-old baby girl, or their 7-year-old son fell 2 years behind in reading because he had to watch his teacher on a Zoom. You scumbag.
Roll 32.
Reminder, don't forget to return for a second dose. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
To fund this dangerous research in China.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights.
This is Mark Furman.
Of the Constitution.
Right. Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right.
Folder?
It is true that you're appearing under...
Wow. Yep. This is basically the OJ case 31 years ago when Mark Furman took the stand and asserted his Fifth Amendment privileges. Again, your right, your constitutional right, the Fifth Amendment, we get it. But man, sometimes silence speaks volumes. And that's what's playing out here. And this is, make no mistake about it, this is Rand Paul's Super Bowl. And Rand Paul's having a great game right now. Fauci's Super Bowl was COVID. Because as an epidemiologist, you probably knock on wood and you pray, I hope a pandemic never occurs on my watch when I'm in charge of something like the NIH. But in the event it does, I'm ready to go and I knock it out of the park. He McNabbed COVID. He puked all over himself. And now we're getting to watch the replay of it. And I love it.
But here's the question, though. After this debacle, where a lot of people predicted he would do this, does he go on CNN and MS Now and be proclaimed a hero again?
Nope. No, you will not hear or see from this guy again.
Anything you say can and will be used against you. So if he goes on any of these networks and says whatever he wants to say, that can be used against him.
Against where? He's not going to face any kind of criminal prosecution.
He can face criminal.
I guarantee you, Tony, he can go on CNN and say, what I did is I told my lawyer said not to say anything about the mountains of evidence that they have on me.
Right, but he can, for anything up until the pardon, he's pardoned. Anything he says or admits to after the pardon, if he lies about something or they can get him on something, they can indeed criminally charge him on.
I don't
see what I'm saying.
I couldn't care less, and I don't even. I don't even need to know. This is him invoking the Fifth. Is all I wanted. This is all I needed. This is vindication. From anybody that you had to deal with on social media, to any boss, to any family member, F you and the horse you rode in on. We were right.
I lost my social media account because I was speaking out against COVID. Yeah. People lost their jobs at ESPN and major corporations because they refused to take the shot. Yep. This is seriously, we talk about 9/11 and all this other stuff, tragedies in this country. This is the biggest travesty of justice in my lifetime.
Yeah, in my lifetime. Yeah. I said earlier this week and last week, he is the biggest violator of human rights in the United States in my lifetime. In 42 years.
He betrayed us. Yeah. He betrayed our children. He betrayed us. And he betrayed our president at the time as well. He was supposed to be America's doctor. How he can get away with this and still get his pension, and I believe we still pay for his protection and all of that, it's infuriating to me.
Yeah. It is.
And I don't.
This is why people. Yeah. This is why people are mad.
Yeah.
Because there's never justice is never served when it comes to scumbags like Fauci and political people who get away with crimes against humanity, and they never are held account. And Joe Biden in 2017. Who didn't know where he was, who he was talking to, who he was working with, and still got 88 million votes in 2020.
Yeah, and I don't wish any ill will on Fauci. I don't wish anything to fall apart. I just want you to live the rest of your life in shame, knowing you pled the fifth. And at the end of the day, when you're ready to go to bed, just know that you allowed your ego, profits, your resume, everything else to overstep something as simple as perhaps what's in the best interest of the public, the Hippocratic Oath, shots to people that didn't need the shot. I mean, I sent like 3 or 4 clips last night for the cut sheet with all of those videos. Remember when that bozo was walking around neighborhoods in like,
and he's like, in DC.
Yeah, and he's like, you're going to get the shot? Oh, no. If you get the shot, you're good. You're protected, and nobody else will get it. And he brought along with him like some obligatory female to talk to people in certain communities.
No, that was the mayor. That was the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
With him. And they were going into the black community and knocking on doors and asking, telling these people that you better get it because your kids are going to get it. If you don't get the shot, your kids are going to get it and they're going to die.
Right. And the one black guy that comes out in the porch is like, man, I'm not taking, you're trying to incentivize me to take something I don't want to take. Something doesn't smell right about that. I love that.
Yeah.
But, you know, of course, the pushback, if you're a white person, it's, oh, you're anti-science, you're anti-vax. But somebody in certain communities don't want to do it. You think the media chastises them for it? No.
I had my Twitter account taken down.
Yeah.
I had my Twitter account shut down in 2020 for giving my opinions on the COVID vaccine after I suffered a heart attack as a result of the COVID vaccine.
Right.
And I still suffer from the effects of the shots to this day. But I couldn't say anything about it. You couldn't say anything publicly without being shut down.
And think about this, too. The lack of, Gallup will put out a poll every couple of months how Americans feel and trust certain institutions. And across the board, whether it's big government, big tech, big pharma, big food, everything else, the trust in all of our institutions in this country have never been lower. And you should never have trusted them from Jump Street anyway. But they're at rock bottom because of guys like this. That's why.
By the way, Fauci's attorney was just removed from the Senate hearing.
Good. Hold him in contempt.
We'll get back to this. We have a ton more as this is happening in real time, which never happens in Morning Drive.
I know.
We never have
Not
to take.
8:30.
Yeah, we never take live stuff as it's happening right now in Morning Drive. We never get that. We always have to react to it a day later.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
Let's have some action. Time for some action on this Wednesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club. Let's have some wiggling. I want some perfection. The wiggling and jiggling will be guaranteed. Wonder if it's a 3.5-minute fight that will take an hour to edit.
You don't seem to realize how valuable my time is.
Not going to sit here and break my arm patting myself on the back, but...
Well, stay a while. See how it's done.
This segment is number 1 with helicopter pilots and helicopter parents. By the way, the Bruno and Chang show will be happening at 3 o'clock this afternoon. All we can say on that is...
Come on. That's tomorrow afternoon.
And fight equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We're going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Fight Club! Because yes, even with all the breaking news, we're here to entertain you. That's what we do.
Cue up a comment.
Get back to Fauci.
It's what we do. I don't care. I don't care what 2 commenters say.
Good.
I do what I know.
You
It's
think
right.
there'll be pro-Fauci demonstrations outside of the Senate chambers today with all the geriatric boomers with the white hair and weigh 400 pounds? Will they be out there saying, "Thank you, Dr. Fauci. I'm glad you copped the fifth"?
By the way, Phil, I am updating our little Google Doc in real time there, so make sure you keep your eye on that. Okay, let's fight. Let's do today's fight. Fight Club. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's roll this, Phil. Uh-oh. Oh boy, look at this right outside of What's that? A quickie mart?
Wait, is he fighting a? Oh, it's not a girl.
This looks like a professional fight. Look at the size of that guy. And he knocks him down. Oh man, the little guy.
Down goes Fauci. Down goes. Oh no,
that guy's not little. Well, smaller than the big.
Compared to
guy.
the other guy, he is. This is a good fight.
Never.
And then everybody comes in, jumps in.
Yeah. See, he thought. Wow. He thought that the guy in the wife beater was going to be an easy take because he's got pink hair.
Right.
Never. Yeah.
Does
never.
He have pink hair? Oh yeah.
Is that pink? I thought it was a girl at first.
No,
that's not a girl. Yeah. Wait, definitely cannot be a girl.
Look at
I
that.
was waiting for Tom Brady to come in and slap somebody. You know what I mean?
I was waiting for. This is like Logan Paul against Lennox Lewis. Oh God. Not bad. All right, let's get back to Fauci.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's play the let's hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. You don't have to go anywhere because we have all the Fauci stuff, but we need to take
and it's in a
break.
lull anyway right now, so
we need to take a quick break. Dawn, talk to us about your cans.
Marvin E. Cans, you know my guys. Oh yeah, you know my guys, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning, and now plumbing too. Veteran founded and supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. So far this summer, man, it's been hot, really hot, like I can't remember. So if you have not had your AC tune-up, right now is the time. Do it. And if my guys at Marvin E. Cans feel your unit needs to be replaced, you know what they're going to install? A new Train system at a fair price. Train, Trane. It's hard to stop a train. Just go to marvinecans.com. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
162.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We are back. It is Kayal and Company, 9:25 on a whirlwind Wednesday. As Tony Bruno is with us, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We have Today in Music History, just about 25, 30 minutes from now. Dawn's Big Three. Dawn Show, top of the hour. And Fauci invoking the fifth after the diary release. For those who are just tuning in, he is on Capitol Hill today testifying, pleading the fifth to basically everything that Rand Paul and now looks like Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin asking questions and putting Fauci on the griddle, and the former NIH director sitting there very stoically and, for the most part, relatively silently.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And, of course, if you're watching on TV, Laura Ingram's got a front row seat.
Yeah.
So old stiff face is in every shot. She knew what she was doing.
Let's go through what's been happening here. Let's start with 34. Phil, I get what you're saying. There was a curse in the in one of these, so we're just gonna dump. I'm gonna play it, and we're just gonna dump it.
Okay.
So tune over to the Odyssey app or get on over to YouTube because it won't dump there.
Yeah.
It'll just dump over the radio.
And bear with us, folks. We're trying to turn this around as quickly as possible for you on the radio.
Senator Rand Paul, let's start with 34 here about pleading the fifth.
As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress with a penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know what was the rationale, what was the discussion, how, what went behind the decision to fund the research in Wuhan. How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab, a lab that lacked the security? What was the reasoning, and are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know it, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right.
If you remember watching the OJ case, when they eventually, I believe it was either Darden. No, it was Cochran. Cochran says, Mr. Furman, do you plan on pleading the fifth to any and all questions we may have for you today. And Furman says, I'd like to invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege. And he says, so you're invoking your fifth on whether or not it's your plan to invoke the fifth regarding any and all questions in this matter. Like, if I'm Rand Paul, just to nitpick for a moment, or Ron Johnson, that's a moment of, in clickbait world, in clipping world, in soundbite world, where I would put him on the spot with that type of question to make him look even more embarrassing and more of a fool. But let me ask you guys this, just wide open question for everybody. Do you think Fauci's attorneys, obviously they advised him, but do you think they told him, dude, you're dead man walking, just plead the fifth?
Yes.
Okay.
They said, so whatever he wanted to do or didn't want to do, they said to him, the only way that you are going to have to pay in any way is if you start talking.
Okay.
Because they are going to parse, they're going to look through every word, everything you say. And obviously, here's the thing with Fauci, he knows that there are some things that they're going to rip apart. And so there's a likelihood that they can catch him in something where they're going to say, ha, we've caught you in a lie.
Yep.
You lied before Congress, or you lied just now. And so now you're not protected by the pardon.
Yep.
And so that's what they said to him. And so he's, just being the coward that he is, or maybe you're thinking he's being the smart, some people might think, well, he's being a smart client, whatever.
Oh, those ardent defenders that still believe him are saying how smart he is
Yeah,
today.
good for them. But he looks guilty.
Yeah.
He looks guilty and he sounds guilty. And now he is exposed. You fraud.
Yeah.
You freaky little fraud.
35, Phil.
You hurt my kids. You're dead to me.
35.
Amen.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters.
Repercussions. And also, and speaking of repercussions, that explains really to me why the pardon goes all the way back to 2014. Remember, Fauci received the same sweeping pardon going back a decade. Right. Remember, because this was at the end of 24. Biden signs all of these pardons in early 2025 before he leaves the White House and Trump assumes the White House. I mean, when you start pardoning people dating back to specific time frames and a very extended period, not just like the Biden term of January 21st, 2021 through whatever, 2025. But when you go back all the way to 14, I'm like, what are you trying to cover up for? Why would you pardon this? I would have, in the sake of being objective and fair, anytime a president pardons anybody or a group of people going back, umpteen years, that's a major red flag.
When he pardoned him is what's significant here.
Yes.
The fact that President Trump was literally, basically, his hand is on the Bible.
Right.
And you have the new president being sworn in. I've never heard of such a thing.
He didn't put his hand on the Bible. But
well, whatever. Stop.
He didn't.
When President Trump was
No,
being sworn in as the next president of the United States, Biden chose this very sneaky moment to then issue this major pardon. And so my question is, I really do want to know, was it auto pen?
Yeah. Great point.
If so,
great point.
Then who approved, who was there?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know everything about the moment, who was there, who approved of it. And if President Biden, the former President Biden wasn't there, then I want that to be challenged.
Yep.
Because to me, this whole thing is so fraudulent and was so damaging and personal to every one of us here. Every one of us, right? Every one of us has a story. And every one of us, this is personal for me, for my kids. We could all go on and tell that.
Personal for me, too.
And we, and especially if you were here in some of the areas where we were tortured, essentially. We were tortured by this little freak who gets to stand up there with us, our tax dollars protecting him, by the way. And we still get to pay for him,
Well,
right?
yeah.
And his freaking pension and every other thing. And our kids, my kids, your kids, if you were especially here at Ground Zero, Philadelphia, and our jobs and our raises and our children and grandparents dying, and you couldn't go visit them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is infuriating to me.
I was in Tennessee at the time, and you know my family and the history of hearts. So my grandfather died of a heart attack at 46. My dad had heart failure, bypass surgeries, blockages. I have SVT. Not asking for sympathy. It's not really a problem. Don't even know I have it. No symptoms. No chance really of dying. It'd be like me hitting Powerball twice. It's not like AFib or VFib. But the last thing I need, on top of drinking alcohol and eating hoagies, is to take a stinking experimental shot that was given to a fat. And by the way, this is on Trump too. Like, sorry, bro.
Yep.
Operation Warp Speed. You don't get to have it both ways. You can't celebrate how fast you rolled it out because we took it. Not saying Trump forced us, but I didn't need to take a shot that I knew
but he
COVID wasn't going to kill me.
The thing about it was there are two different issues, and I think that's a real problem here.
Sure.
The fact that they made something available in Warp Speed was incredible, but it should have been
Optional.
the choice.
Yes.
And as well, the fact that they forced kids to get it is infuriating. And by the way, the fact that Fauci lied about the fact that he did have a heart issue and never made that public.
Yeah. Yeah. And then everything. And again, I don't care if you got everything wrong or you lied about everything. To me, there's no difference. It was sheer and utter incompetence, gross negligence, whatever you want to call it. I mean, literally everything, Tony. Efficacy of masks, wrong. 6 feet of social distancing. We just pulled that out of thin air. Lockdown.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, his diary alone is an indictment of his criminal intent, and the fact that there's video from years before the pandemic of Fauci and other people talking about the likelihood of a pandemic coming, of some virus attacking the United States, and so these people wanted this to happen, and I don't know if it was because they wanted Joe Biden to win. Joe Biden didn't even know where he was in 2017, for God's sake. The problem is that this guy is on record in his diary where he wrote it down and is on video sucking up to all the celebrities and all these people who had candles and all these other he was a deity to these people.
Yeah.
And the fact that I guarantee you, after he walks out of this hearing today, those same moronic people who thought he was God are still going to support him for copying the Fifth Amendment, even though, as everybody has a story, I told you about, I couldn't see my grandkid, my first grandchild born in Maryland. My mother died during COVID, and I couldn't go. When we went to the cemetery, we weren't allowed to go to the gravesite where she was lowered into the grave. That's how crazy it was.
Right.
Yet all these other things where governors were determining what was good. You can go do this, you can't do that. You can go to the casino, but you can't go to church. I mean, the rules were just being made arbitrarily without anyone's consent. And the whole my body, my choice, you're not going to tell me what to do with my body. That all went out the window. Thanks to Fauci and the scumbags at the CDC who all were involved in this.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, you know what? I don't need this shot. I'm going to be fine. But my in-laws want to come down. I'm like, okay, my father-in-law's got diabetes. He's going through cancer, chemo, radiation. Like, I don't want to be the guy that doesn't get the shot and then is responsible for spreading. This was under the perception of if you don't get the shot, you're going to spread it. But if you get the shot, the virus dies with you. And then go back to think about all the absurd things that the measures they put in place. Those little plexiglass windows, like at the grocery store, like airborne spittle can't work its way around a 4x4 piece of plexiglass. Or you're going to wear a mask in the lobby of a restaurant. You can take it off when you sit down. Oh God.
Let's. So Rand Paul had the Fauci's lawyer removed. There's a curse in this. So if you're listening on radio, you're going to hear it dumped. So switch over to the Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app or YouTube if you want to hear this uncensored. Phil, roll 36.
Not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him. Yes. All right? Yes. But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, this is an official congressional hearing. This is not playtime. Good for him. He's the chairman.
Mm-hmm.
We want law and order.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And then 37, roll 37.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. Senator Peters.
That's amazing.
He's got the dream team.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's unbelievable.
Dream team.
Fauci.
It's amazing.
What a turd.
Wow.
So what
question? Did Gary Peters, a Democrat, deify about Fauci, or did he ask him tough questions before he pled the fifth again for the 15th time?
So, yeah.
We will have it all for you, but we have to take another break because we have to make way for... we're going to do the big three a little early this morning, because Dawn has a special guest at 10:10.
Okay. Kayal and Company as we continue. Stay right there. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn talks about Piazza
Auto Group. Yeah, because there is a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Beautiful things on the road. So just visit your authorized Piazza dealer in either Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City and experience for yourself the luxury, innovation, and performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Coming down the stretch here on a Wednesday morning. The Big Three with Dawn coming up here in just a moment. Dawn Show, just about 10 minutes from now. But before all of that, we go to the man known as H-Share. And today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 29th, we celebrate the birthdays of Geddy Lee from Rush, who's now 73, as well as Simon Jones from The Verve, who's now 54. Heavenly birthday shout to John Sykes. We also lost Cass Elliot on this day in 74. Singing Dancing in the Moonlight by Thin Lizzy in 77, as well as Enter Sandman by Metallica in 91. Album Could Along Came a Spider by Alice Cooper in 2008, Truth by Jeff Beck in 68, and Voices by Hall & Oates in 80. Also in 78, the soundtrack The Grease would top the album chart. In 66, Cream made their live debut. In 67, The Doors were top the singles chart with Light My Fire. In 99, the Rock and Roll Coaster starring Aerosmith opened at Disney World in Orlando. It now stars the Muppets. In 65, the Beatles movie Help premiered in London. In 84, Prince became the first person to have a #1 song, When Doves Cry, and starred in a #1 movie, Purple Rain, at the very same time. But lastly, on this day in 79, Tom Petty concluded his lawsuit tour, which helped pay for his legal battles with MCA Records. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, Phil Almquist with the music. Now, time for the news and Dawn Stensland's Big Three.
The Big Take. It's the Big Three.
Sorry.
With Dawn Stensland.
Too many bigs there.
A lot of bigs.
A lot of bigs, people.
I apologize for that. We need to change those two. Thank you. Sorry.
We're going to need a bigger bigs. Smaller.
Big Three,
something.
Big Take.
Listen, mister, keep your bigs in a row, will you?
Yeah.
All right, here we are with the Big Three today. And by the way, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, who's in, well, probably one of, if not the toughest re-election battles in the nation, with obviously the balance of the House of Representatives and the balance of power all at stake. So a lot of pressure on him. So he will be here live right at 10:10.
Hey.
So number one, let's talk about water and waves. Water and waves. First, the water. Crews cleaning up right now across our region. Heavy rain, storms, flood emergencies galore across especially South Jersey, the Philadelphia region, Philadelphia suburbs, Berks County, Montgomery County, but especially Bucks County. You're looking at people just today dealing with all of this, with flooded basements, flooded roads, a lot of emergencies, and obviously Quakertown Borough will take you there because that's where officials had declared that flood emergency last night. Kudos to all of the first responders, and you'll see a theme here, a theme between good and evil, right? That's really what we're talking about today. So you've seen the evil, and I'll deep tease this, some bombshells happening with Fauci on the stand. That's the evil, but there's a lot of good in this world, and you look at these first responders who run toward the danger. That's what we saw across our region last night here and even early this morning. Quakertown Borough, torrential rain inundating streets, and quick rain coming, 7 inches.
Wow.
Falling. That's unheard of.
I know, 7 inches. I mean, when I see the forecast and I see potential for heavy downfalls, rain accumulation 1 inch, I'm like, okay, but 7.
7. And they've made, so we don't have all the official totals. We'll get that, Nick, but that looks like it's at least 7 in some areas.
Oh my God.
Fast. So you have these stranded vehicles, and that meant they did evacuations.
Now, where is this? Hershey is what? CBS 21? Is that Hershey, PA?
So we had Hershey, PA. We had Allentown. We had Quakerboro in Bucks County.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand in Allentown, that's a usual flood zone.
Yeah.
You see Bucks County. They had emergency evacuations.
So more north and more west of us. Yeah.
True.
Wow.
And so in these, that's really the story here, that we don't have any, I don't have reports of injuries.
Oh, good.
That's a miracle.
Yeah.
Considering how fast and furious this was coming down.
Right. Hey, look at this Hawthorne.
Look at this.
Right down through the neighborhood. Looks like a raging river.
It's so interesting. I know, that's why they call them pop-up thunderstorms. They happen in some areas and not in others, or some people get heavier than others. But, it's really crazy to see, because literally when I tell you we had, maybe 10 minutes of rain.
Yeah, same here.
Yesterday, and it wasn't anything bad.
No.
And then you see other areas like this. It's wild.
More than 36 million people impacted.
Right.
Yes. And so that's just it. We show you, oftentimes, we show you tragically what can go wrong. We talked about that earlier this morning. You think of 3 years ago, almost to the day when we had the deaths, one family swept away. And I believe that the one toddler, I don't know that they ever found one of the little bodies. I mean, it's just horrifying, right? And that at Washington Crossing. And so we've learned a lot about that.
Yeah.
But as far as residents abiding, staying off the roadways and listening to this, but as well, these incredible first responders, making sure that this morning, as we're talking about it, we can praise them and say, thank God.
Yep. Right.
That we don't have the tragedy to report because of their hard work.
Yes. Thank you, first responders.
Yes, we thank you. We want to update you on the waves. I'll take you to the West Coast. Threatening lives on the West Coast, 34 rescues in all on California beaches. This is a case where they had all kinds of warnings. Stay out of the water. People did not abide by that. You have this 16-year-old rookie lifeguard. We're hearing more about him risking his life, saving a 10-year-old boy, swept away by those powerful waves and the undertow, the current, the rip currents, as they call them. And so we did have President Trump posting on Truth Social and reposting, actually. Eric Trump had called for this, and I had seen this the other night and reposted it. But President Trump says, we're going to bring this heroic young man and his family into the White House. And with hopefully the 10-year-old little boy he saved, give him a high civilian honor, and very brave. He deserves it. He's identified now as his dad, I know, had spoken out, at least in a print interview, 16-year-old Ryder Williams, bravely risking his own life, refusing to let go of this 10-year-old boy who you see, the 10-year-old boy at some points goes limp.
Yeah.
Just exhausted from these monster waves.
I mean, the two rules of California: stay out of the water and
stay out of my shop.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you, Katie Porter.
What's amazing is if you've been trained on this, or if you know anything about lifeguard training,
right?
If you watch as Ryder, this is his first ever rescue.
Yep.
This is it, the first one.
Yep.
Okay. If you watch one of these huge waves coming, and you'll watch him, he surrenders to it. And you think, what's he doing? He grabs the 10-year-old kid, leans into the wave, lets the wave take him.
Right.
That's what you're trained to do. Mm-hmm. Because if
you can't fight it.
Yeah.
If you fight it, it's yes. Yeah. You have to kind of keep the person above water as much as you can, lean into the waves and try and hope that, like they did, they form that human chain to get them out of there. It's crazy. Tony, we were talking yesterday. I'm curious your opinion. They interviewed Dan, and Dawn did a great job getting the interview of the guy who took this photo or this video. What do you think about a guy like this who, instead of helping, or instead of his first instinct is to pull out his phone and start videoing it?
Well, somebody did it, or else we would know this. So but there were other people helping. I get that. There were other people helping. So I don't think that the guy taking the video, I know he wanted credit for that. But without that guy taking that video, what's he supposed to do? Run in there and help too? And so I don't have a problem, Matt. But the guy wanted credit for it, from what I understand, right? Is that what he said in the interview? He wanted credit for taking the video?
Mm-hmm. Well, they interviewed him. I don't know if he wanted credit for it, but he's taking credit for it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that, no, because somebody made the point yesterday, is that you don't want a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing getting
that was
in.
The road warrior said that, which I agree with.
In the word.
Right.
I agree with that 100%.
That guy.
However, these guys form this human chain to kind of and he could have been involved in that. You can never have, keep that coming. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that your first instinct is to video it, not to, call for help, or I don't know, like just the first instinct you have is to pull out your stupid phone and video it. That's the biggest lesson about this.
How will we not get all these great Fight Club videos if people don't pull out their phones?
It's true. It's true. It's a good point. I just weep for society that nobody can, I don't know. Everybody's first instinct is to pull out their phone.
Mm-hmm. Not mine. I do my own videos. I go outside every day and do silly, not even silly. I do things to help the community, like about my storage unit finally being empty. Those are the things that everyday people deal with. When you have a storage unit and you're paying $140 a month and you finally enter that and get stuff out of that sucker, it's a happy day. People relate to those kinds of things. Like me catching crabs in the backyard, not those kind of crabs. I used to get those at Blue Turks before they changed ownership. But
well, how about this, Tone? Yeah. How about this? That this was Ryder's the first rescue of his career. He's credited with saving the life of this 10-year-old little boy who we have yet to identify who's okay. But here's the thing. Ryder went on to rescue at least 2 other people. And after this, and in fact, that those were not, to the points that you're making about the photographer, those were not captured by anybody who videoed. But those were even tougher than this one, if you can imagine. Wow. So this kid...
But we don't see it because nobody pulled out the phone the last time to record it. Thank you.
Yes.
It's the downfall of society.
So I have a feeling we'll be hearing more from Ryder. By the way,
what a great name, though. Is that not a great name?
Ryder.
Yeah, I like that name.
And you guys... Yeah. He's from a family of first responders. So his dad, Shane, is a firefighter. Grandpa's a firefighter. And his parents, believe in teaching your kids how to swim and all of that. So a really great message.
Yeah. My question
is... Rough Riders, because that's the way Rough Riders roll.
Rough Riders. Stop, drop.
Shut them down, open up shop.
By the way, this kid was swimming, by the way, right? When the lifeguards weren't on duty or told everybody to stay out of the water.
Yes. They were told to stay out.
Yeah, I just enough with this. These kids have to get in the water.
Look at the rip currents.
Yeah, who would want to get in that except of course Bodie from Point Break?
Yes.
Exactly.
We will don't worry, because we will get to Fauci and we will get to all of it, but we want to talk about the Trump eulogy. Obviously, the goodbye to South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. It continues this morning, as I said earlier, in South Carolina. But let's take a listen. Here is President Trump as he's eulogizing his friend, who at some points was a foe, let's just say. But President Trump speaking out, and it was at points it was quite humorous, describing Lindsey Graham. He had a tough life, lost the parents, but before that grew up living above the family bar, where he also worked at a young age and learned some important life lessons.
The first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey.
That was Lindsey. And so then he goes on to speak about his sister, Lindsey's younger sister, Darlene. And of course, when Lindsey was just turning 20, loses mom to cancer 15 months later. Well, here, President Trump talks about it.
When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene.
And so President Trump actually on Truth Social, and that's some of the breaking news, responding, obviously watching as we've been monitoring. And President Trump refers to Ron Johnson, Wisconsin senator, working hard, talking about Fauci on the hot seat, if you will. That's been going on underway with Fauci's testimony that we've been covering before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, which obviously Senator Rand Paul is the chair of. So this just in, thank you, Dan Borowski. This is Senator Ron Johnson really raging at Dr. Fauci.
So there's no evidence. There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it? So I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get an emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses, are you aware of the fact that nurses called it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
Wow. So President Trump posting, and thank you, Dan, for putting this up, many more people died of COVID under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration. Operation Warp Speed, a spectacular success. Many say one of the most successful things ever done by an American president. I'm quoting here. I overrode Fauci on this. His ideas were, all caps, crazy. Also, I said from the beginning, the virus came from the Wuhan lab in China. Fauci strongly disagreed, always trying to protect China. I inherited Fauci, who was there since the 80s, he says, but with each passing day, relied less and less on him. He made too many bad calls, like on masks, all caps. Remember at the beginning, he was an anti-masker, then switched to a super masker. In any event, I didn't let him shut the country down, although he wanted to. I went the Federalist way and let the governors decide. The Republican governors did a much better job than the Democrats. Fauci was largely taken out of play. And then along came Sleepy Joe Biden, who made Fauci a king. I called Biden to tell him that Fauci was no good, either didn't have a clue or was dishonest. The call was well received, but sadly not acted on. Biden went on to give Fauci vast, destructive power. The rest is history. President Donald J. Trump. So that was right at the, when was that? I think that was within the past 2 hours at the start of this whole thing with Fauci. So President Trump.
He must have been listening to Nick's commentary.
I know, right?
About Operation Warp Speed.
Perhaps defending it. Well, or mine. I mean, I think, because I think there's a difference. I think we're both right about this. It was all happening at that time. But I think on one hand, we should not confuse the fact that we had, we had this available, but Nick makes a great point of who made us take it, and I think that's the good point that we both make there.
Well, the one thing that's not up for debate is the fact that red states handled this much better than blue states.
By the way, Cobra on the YouTube chat says, why even bother holding these hearings? He'll never do a day in jail.
Cool. I've heard that opinion 30,000 times.
I know, Cobra, but here's the thing. It's important. You know why?
Yes.
Because yes, transparency. Because, you know what? We are experiencing, there's Fauci, and you saw his attorney what? You think you're a hotshot attorney and you think that you're going to speak out and try to interrupt a congressional hearing that is for the people. It's about us. And so, Cobra, that's the whole point here. It's about we, the people. Those people, They work for us.
Right.
We're the client.
Right.
Okay, we're the we
Absolutely.
pay them.
Right.
And they forgot that. And that's what Democrats seem to forget. They work for us.
Right.
Yeah. Amen.
Boom. We have Ryan McKenzie. We want to get his reaction. And are we all? Can you guys stick around? Whatever you guys want to do here.
No,
I'm
we'll
not
let
sure.
we'll let you hang out with Ryan McKenzie.
Are you? Because if Nick had a question for Ryan McKenzie or Tony Bruno, he's cool with that. So we just
Nick's already packing up. So
because we're all transparent here.
It's unbelievable.
Nick's already holding the elevator door.
Yeah, Tony, you did not teach him properly. You did not teach him properly. Because I know you, and I know you were not the first person out the door before
I'm the last person to leave.
Before the microphones even turned off. And this lummox, this lummox is just sitting here, leaving.
Stop.
Look at that! Look at that!
Stop.
Look at that! Not even paying attention. He's not even paying attention.
Do you have flip flops on today, though?
It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. All right, let's take Dawn. Why don't you take a really quick break, and then you'll have Ryan McKenzie on the other side.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
All right.
Really quick.
Please stay right there because this is the
90-second
most
break.
important congressional race in the nation.
Yep.
So you want to hear what he has to say because he's been getting blasted on a national level by Democrats. So I want you to stick around, okay? Dawn Show continues maybe 1 minute, 20 seconds.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. We're live. We're local. We have Congressman McKenzie in the House. As in truth, this is one of, if not the re-election battle, if you will, because it's a battle over power in the House of Representatives. And Ryan McKenzie, who, as you well know, when he was running against somebody who was a Democrat, who the people of his district there in Northampton County area felt that she had not done a good job, and they voted in the new guy, the fresh face, freshman Congressman Ryan McKenzie, joining me now. And so when Ryan McKenzie was running against this career politician woman, he was somebody who went door to door, related to people, talked about affordability before it was the clutch word, if you will. And now nationally, Democrats pouring in national money, and they want to take this. So Congressman Ryan McKenzie, thank you for joining me. Good to have you here. Man, you're in the hot seat. This is quite a battle.
Yeah, that is for sure, Dawn, and they are out for revenge. As you pointed out, we defeated a far-left woman, congresswoman, last cycle who was just totally out of touch, out of step with our district. And when you defeat an incumbent like that, they come back at you. And they know that this is a very competitive swing seat. It always has been, always will be, but they cannot stand the fact that we want to stand up for working families, seniors, everybody else in our community to help them out. And they know that we are actually getting things done. We've delivered over $160 million back into the district in the year and a half that I've been in office. We resolved over 10,000 constituent cases successfully. We're passing no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, an expanded child tax credit, expanded tax relief for seniors. And they are struggling because they have an absolutely horrific candidate in Bob Brooks. He is Graham Plattner 2.0. the laundry list of scandals dogging him is just incredible. And this is their hand-picked candidate by Josh Shapiro and the Democrats out of Washington, D.C. They absolutely flubbed it, and so they are in desperation mode, trying to do anything they can to push back on us and try to win in 26. It's not going to happen because we are doing the right thing. We're winning for the people, and they have an absolutely corrupt individual in Bob Brooks.
And so you're talking about your new opponent here, who's Democrat Bob Brooks, former Bethlehem firefighter, president of the PA Firefighters Association. So you compared him to now disgraced Grand Planter of Maine there, who's out of there after, number one, a Nazi tattoo, number two, accusations and allegations of sex abuse, rape, etc. So what specifically is Bob Brooks? Are you saying he's anti-Semitic? Are you saying that he, abused women sexually, or is it the financial side of it? What is it specifically about Bob Brooks?
Let's start with proven facts. This is a court case that is done. There are no more appeals left, and it was shown that he stole $130,000 from his own family, and he refuses to pay them back, even though the court has ordered that. That is despicable behavior, and you have to wonder, if he will steal from his own family, what will he do to you? Then you go on to his racist past. He has posted some very offensive things online, white nationalist memes that he reposts, tries to run away from it, tries to scrub it from his Facebook, locks down his Facebook so that it's private, but the history is there on the internet for everybody to see. Then you get to what he has said about his fellow first responders. He apologized because he said pro-police things in the past. When he was in a Democrat primary, he had to apologize for being pro-law enforcement. And because he is a unionized firefighter, he has attacked volunteer firefighters, calling them names that I can't even say on the air here, Don, but disparaging them and saying that they are taking jobs away from union firefighters if they participate in what we call mutual aid, where a volunteer firefighter in a 2-alarm, 3-alarm fire might get called into a city that has a unionized fire department, and he says they are scabs. They're taking away jobs from union firefighters. His solution is to just let the house burn down if you are not going to be a unionized firefighter. And so, again, really offensive things about volunteer firefighters that, again, I can't even say on air here, Don. So this is just part of the despicable track record of this guy. The list goes on and on. I'll give you a final one here, but he has said that he is the fighter for workers and the common man, but what was shown was for 4 years, he did not have workers' comp coverage for his own employees at his landscape business. That is a violation of law. That is leaving people vulnerable. If there was somebody who, heaven forbid, would have been injured, they would not have had any compensation and any coverage. So this is the type of person we're dealing with. And what they do is always projection. They always try to, accuse us of the same things that they've done, but they have no leg to stand on. And we have all the documented proof and facts about the despicable and heinous behavior of Bob Brooks.
So with this, the issue, I will just say, and it's often biased by omission, just as some of the networks were slow to even report, for example, on what's going on with Fauci being under fire, right? So, of course, that you're at, I think, a disadvantage because the stations are not going to cover. I did not see as much pushback of you getting to tell Congressman McKenzie your side of the story, right? They all carried, even nationally, locally, the rally that had, national Democrats and Shapiro coming in and stumping, right, for the person challenging you here, Bob Brooks. So that's part of what I wanted to do, what we wanted to do, give you a chance to air this out and give your side of it. And so with that, what do you feel the proudest of as far as serving the people of the 7th District, and why you feel you're a proven winner and why you think you've earned the votes of, your constituents?
Yeah, when you're an incumbent, we always want to talk about not only the things that we've done to help and improve the lives of the people that we represent, but also the things that we're going to do going forward. And so, again, we talk about the fact that we were able to pass the most significant tax reform and tax relief for individuals in decades, and people are seeing and feeling those benefits in larger tax returns. But we've also passed landmark legislation around housing reform. I mean, something that people have talked about for, again, decades, saying that they would improve the housing situation in this country. Just recently, we passed bipartisan housing legislation that will reduce the onerous burden of regulations from EPA and HUD and make it more likely that we can get housing stock online faster. We expanded low-income housing tax credits that outside objective observers have said will increase the amount of housing in this country by 1 million units. So that is a critical issue in our community, housing and housing affordability. And so we've made and passed significant legislation in those areas to actually make improvements. But we're not going to stop there. We want to continue to clean up Washington, D.C. That's why I've been a leader on banning stock trading ever since I got into office. I don't own individual stocks myself. I don't think members should. We've led on that fight. We actually got some progress by passing legislation recently that would stop House members from buying new stocks when they're in office. We coupled that with voter ID, which is another very meaningful reform that would give people more faith and confidence in their elections. But Bob Brooks, he said he's opposed to that. He had Hakeem Jeffries in town, as you pointed out recently. Hakeem Jeffries voted against that legislation, and yet they want to come and try to tell people now that they're going to be the ones who are going to clean up Washington, D.C. It's simply not believable when you have a corrupt individual like Bob Brooks, and he is on the record of owning individual stocks himself, refusing to divest, but yet standing side by side with Hakeem Jeffries, who tries to block this legislation. It's not credible. The people aren't going to believe it, but we need outlets like yours where we get to tell this story because, as you pointed out, the mainstream media, they won't report on any of this. All they say is Bob Brooks is a firefighter, and, because obviously that is a positive. We respect and love our law enforcement and our first responders, whether they're firefighters, EMS, volunteer, union, it doesn't matter. We support all of them, but they gloss over all of his problems by just saying that he's a firefighter and walking away. So it's incumbent upon us to let people know the positive things we're doing, but also the really negative and concerning elements of our opponent and his background and history.
Yeah, and so I've reported this, you introducing legislation, Congressman, this week, and trying to crack down on this. It's a huge issue, and I think it's a winner as far as I think the American people don't like hearing about how all of these so-called career politicians get in, and all of a sudden, wow, they become brilliant, don't they, as stock traders suddenly. So you've tried.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have Bob Brooks is going to be campaigning with Ro Khanna, who is a Congress member from California. That individual has now exceeded Nancy Pelosi as the king of stock trading. He is more prolific in the trades. His performance is over 100% better than the S&P 500 somehow. But he says he's against stock trading. And you sit there and you go, this doesn't square, right? Mm-hmm. And the people don't believe it in this country. And so what we need to do is the legislation that I'm introducing is going to go even further than any of the bills that I've co-sponsored or any the bill that we were able to recently pass. All good things, all positive steps. But what we need to do is we need to see candidates divest from their stock portfolio because people, otherwise they campaign saying, well, if I get to office, I'm going to do this. But then there is no law or no accountability for them to actually have to follow through on that. And then they end up profiting off of it while they're in office. And so the way to get around this is to say, you can't even be a candidate. You can't get on the ballot. We won't certify your election unless you divest from these individual stocks before you take office. And so that's what we're calling on Bob Brooks to do as well. It's the legislation I've introduced, and we're going to say to Bob Brooks, put your money where your mouth is, Bob. If you think people should stop stock trading, you should do it yourself. Do it now before you get into office, and then it's impossible to unwind. But he won't do that because he's a corrupt individual, and every step of the way, he has been out for himself and not out for the people that he's supposed to represent. Let me give you another one, Dawn. He is this union leader of the Pennsylvania Professional Firefighters Association. Union dues went up on his members during his presidency by 14%. At the same time, union representation, grievances, arbitration work, all that stuff that unions do went down by 18%. So you go, well, where did the money go? If dues went up by 14%, union representation went down by 18%. Oh, it went to Bob Brooks, and he gave himself multiple raises as the president of that union during that same time period. So it's just a track record of a big cash grab by Bob Brooks, always out for himself, never out for the people that he's supposed to actually represent and serve. And again, if he gets to Congress, he is going to screw the American people over, just like he screws his family, like he screws his workers, like he screws his union members.
Yeah, and so the message that he and Governor Shapiro stumping for him, claiming that you've jacked up people's costs and ripped away their health care, that you voted, in other words, that you're a rubber stamp for Trump. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think what we've shown is that we have an independent streak that is always going to be in the best interest of the people in our district. When healthcare, which is such a critically important issue, came up, I was one of the few people that stood up against our party and said that we should do more about healthcare affordability in this country. And so I'm going to continue that fight. I'm not going to back down for that. I think it is a critically important issue that we need to resolve for people in our community. And the things that we were able to do in significant landmark legislation, like work requirements for able-bodied adults to be eligible for Medicaid, I think is a very reasonable reform that we actually want to lean into and tell people that we want to help those that are the most vulnerable, individuals with disabilities, children, pregnant women, seniors. We want to make sure those programs are there for them. But if you're an able-bodied adult, we want you to be part of the workforce. There is dignity in work. We want you to be in that workforce. You can be getting health care either through your employer, or we do need to find ways to make it more affordable if you're going to be a sole proprietor or individual purchasing healthcare on your own. And again, I have that track record of independence that I'm going to run on, and we're proud of. We're going to tell people the facts about what we have done in the healthcare space. When I was a state representative, I was a leader on that topic. I actually passed stroke care legislation to improve healthcare for individuals who have strokes. I authored and passed maternal health care legislation to make sure that women in our state have the appropriate health care. So we're going to lean into these issues. And again, Bob Brooks, his argument's going to simply fall flat because he doesn't have a leg to stand on. He didn't have workers' comp coverage for his own employees. We're doing the right thing. He's in the wrong yet again.
You know, I wanted to ask you, I don't know, I know that and I do want to talk about your latest patriotism tour, but you know, in light of the fact that we've got Dr. Fauci on the hot seat, congressional testimonies, obviously pleading the fifth. But man, I will tell you personally, just being here in Pennsylvania, where we had and New Jersey too, among the strictest COVID shutdowns, people lost their businesses. You had to take a pay cut, as we all did here. I had to go to the convention center, as thousands of us did, to even, we were forced to get the jab to even be able to go back to work. And obviously, don't even get me started on my kids. You and your wife, you have young kids. You can imagine what that would be like for little kids, even as young as your kids' ages, to have to wear a mask or to get get a jab. Not a choice for people. And so to look at Fauci, just your reaction to all of this. We here in PA, as you well know, we voted really to pull back the power away from Governor Wolf, who clearly overreached. But in light of that, your reaction to it and why you believe that government transparency and people who we can trust in government, a battle between good and evil. I mean, what's your reaction to what's happening today?
It is appalling that Anthony Fauci would plead the fifth about such a significant time in our recent history where, as you rightly pointed out, people's lives were negatively impacted not only from the pandemic and the coronavirus itself, but the impacts of the overreach of government into so many different parts of our lives. And he was the leader at the time of the National Institutes of Health and the efforts to combat coronavirus at the federal level. So the fact that he would not be fully transparent with the American people about what he knew, when he knew it, the decisions that he was making, so that not only can we have accountability for the past, but also so that we can make proper reforms going forward, is just simply appalling. I mean, that flies in the face of what an individual who should be doing what is right in the scientific and national public health space. It's just shocking that to me, that speaks to a level of guilt that he doesn't want to acknowledge, because if he did everything on the up and up, he made the right decisions, he wouldn't have to be pleading the fifth before Congress today.
Yeah. Congressman, I misspoke. I apologize, because you've been on a Main Street tour. I know you were with Senator Dave McCormick. You've been with the HUD Secretary, Scott Turner, Bethlehem Housing, and on local tours, as you often do, because you're a local guy. What's the contrast here, and how do you break through to people? Because in essence, just like before, yours is this grassroots, if you will, battle with the people that you represent. But you've got the Democrat Party bringing out their so-called big guns going on tours. In other words, the national Democrats pumping money and some of the names into our area to fight against you. What do you say to that? And what do you ask right now, people watching and listening?
Well, we cannot get distracted by national Democrats who want to put their handpicked corrupt individual of Bob Brooks into office. The only reason they want to do that is because they know they would be able to control him, and they would go back to the policies of the Joe Biden administration, which had failed so poorly. We can't get distracted by any of that. We have to keep moving forward, advancing the common sense legislation that I've talked about that has put more money back into people's pockets through widespread tax relief, continue the economic development progress that we see right here in our community. Things like getting a $47 million contract for Mack trucks, which I helped secure, which is going to actually create to 100 new jobs in our community. They're going to be constructing and manufacturing heavy-duty dump trucks for the military. We've had great success with economic development of companies like Eli Lilly choosing the Lehigh Valley for their new facility, in part because of the tax reforms that we made at the federal level that said you can have immediate expensing of capital investments and immediate reduction in your taxes if you're doing R&D development here in the United States. So time and time again, we are getting these wins. Our community is moving forward. We're making progress in so many different areas. We can't get distracted by the corruption of the Democratic Party and Bob Brooks. We just need to keep moving forward and doing what's right for the people here in the Lehigh Valley.
Well, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, hope you come back. I know you got to run. We also have a great election integrity attorney coming up, so we'll be talking to Linda Kearns about making sure that our elections are full of integrity, and everybody needs to get out and vote, obviously. But thanks for once again stopping by. Thank you, Congressman McKenzie.
Oh, thank you, Dawn. Have
Appreciate
a great day.
You. Take care. Congressman Ryan McKenzie. So we'll continue on. We do have Linda Kearns. We have, a tough lineup, a lot of breaking news, as you well know, nationally, locally, regionally. And if you're one of those affected, I hope your basements or your home, your streets not flooded. I know what a nightmare that is, cleaning up after all these storms. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate you. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
There's a reason the potato